Head to Knoxville, don't be late. Baker's Live, it's gonna be great. June 5th and 6th, mark your date at Dollywood, we'll celebrate. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. Rides, fun, and meet and greet. Baker and pals, the crew's so sweet. Get ready for laughs, cheers, and thrills. Knoxville's the place, it's giving chills. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. June 5th and 6th, don't miss the fun. Meet Baker and friends, it's second to none. Baker and friends, it's second to none.
Welcome back to the afternoon in the Natalie Cochran case, day 7. After a morning with an expert. Things were said. Maybe evidence was proven. The only thing I kind of got out of it was you couldn't determine anything because anything because of the decomposition. And they didn't touch the blood glucose in any significant way. So I feel like I wasted 3 hours. I hope, first of all, I hope they have the next expert in court. And then I hope they have some evidence. Show me on the doll where you found the evidence. That's just where I am. No, Brimley ended early. That's why we are starting a little bit earlier. They are supposed to be back in 8 minutes. So they'll be back in 20 to an hour. I don't know. Yeah, and I don't know isn't the correct way to say it. It's undetermined. I couldn't determine it with the data I was provided. I don't feel that there's a way to conclude like Dr. Yabibi did, Uribe. All of those words would be better than I don't know, because I don't know. And again, especially when your secretary wrote the wrong date, the wrong age, it just came off. The end was kind of like a wet fart. I'm sorry to say. Wouldn't evidence be a novel? Would evidence be a novel thought? Oh, wouldn't evidence be a novel thought in a trial? Yeah. Evidence. And I feel like I don't know if it's because they couldn't get more money. I think she's on public defenders. Well, she is, because she lost all her money in the fraud case. And therefore they could only get a guy who got $250 an hour, but still for $250 an hour. And he has been doing these expert testimonies. He should be able to be short and concise. But all these experts, all these lawyers, they love their own voices too much. They really just want to jibber jabber about nothing. And it's distracting, it's muddling your message, and it's bad for your client. And I feel this was one of the guys I said I need. And what did he give me? I don't know. Expert wage inflation. Yeah. You should think that they think they'll get more money, but this guy, well, he made $750 doing this testimony, because he dragged it out I can't remember for 3 hours. And again, it could have been done in an hour and a half maximum if he could just keep to the script, only answer in 10-word sentences, maybe stick to yes or no, and then end it all by saying, I don't know, instead of saying, based on the medical facts in the case, I wasn't able to determine a cause of death. Look how much better that sounds than, I don't know. I don't know is what a lady says when she's asked, where do you want to eat tonight? I don't know. Where do you want to eat? I want chicken-fil. I don't like chicken-fil. Should we do Korean? I don't want Korean. What do you want? I don't know. How about pizza? No, I don't like pizza. It's Droget. Yes. But I just feel like, first of all, it annoyed me to all hell that, again, they can't make a connection so we can get audio. It's 2025, guys. I am almost not intelligent enough to tie my own shoes. And I can communicate with the 56 people watching me right now. And I've checked that my microphone isn't too roomy and my camera is working. I did all of that before I started my stream, and I had my dinner too. So I did that in 5 minutes. You can't make sure that you can get a Zoom call to work. It's ridiculous in 2025 that a simple thing as audio is bad. I was watching there's another trial. I don't know if it's starting today or it's a replay, because it was from California and they went on lunch. That can't be right. So maybe it's a replay from some other opening statements. But when the judge talked, it was like this. It sounded really, really like something was cracking up, and it was really hard to understand what you say. Well, Rianne, we won't start for another. It's in 2 minutes officially, so I'll put an over on 15 minutes. No, he ended up by saying he didn't know how he died. Well, welcome back, Hellraising Angel. Hey, Skybill. But hopefully the next one is the expert in roids, because I really want to get those roids in there, because for me, they are crucial. I know the state haven't proven she injected him, but it doesn't matter. In cases like this, the one who isn't here will always be ahead on points. And she she needs to get in there, and they need to show some receipt of buying these drugs. If they can provide that, or at least a very good explanation of the testosterone plus insulin, I think they might be able to claw it back. But if it's another 3 hours of this horrendous testimony, she's done. Well, Big Dog, welcome. I would rather have the expert. I know he wouldn't know anything they were asking him about, and he would probably be ending up talking about how birds aren't real. And it would make more sense than what we got. Fixed new bread dough will be baked tomorrow at 4:30 a.m. Oh, interesting. Nothing like homemade bread to wake up to. Well, the expert doesn't really promote Dollywood. We have to make it promote it for him. He will start promoting it the week before and say, "Oh, why didn't people know about it? Did you talk about it? I saw a squirrel in my garden the other day." Expert, we were talking about Dollywood. Yeah, I saw squirrels in Dollywood. Yeah, isn't it funny? But it's just amazing that, and we know it's a government contractor who's been doing this, and they don't undercharge people. So why can't? How many YouTubers do you follow? How many YouTube? Some might have a bad camera, some might even not be on camera, but we all have pretty decent audio because we know audio is king. So you can drive to the grocery store while you're listening to us when you're cleaning your house, because audio is king on YouTube. It's not so much what's on the screen, it's how the audio goes through. And it's just amazing that trials who have been online for so long, everyone had 3 years where they were working remotely. Again, I don't have a fancy camera. Well, it can do all the 4K stuff and stuff like that, but I can't put 4K out anyway, so don't bother about that. And it's a webcam, and then I have a microphone. Both of these items are some of the most expensive in my setup but it's still very, very, very reasonable priced, and a courtroom should be able to get all of that running. Oh, how cute. Oh, doggy. Yeah, that's I have the same problem. Hey, Tish. Did you get some playtime? Did you play with your pickle? CA's Monk Simonelli started last Friday. They are restreaming it. Court is to resume tomorrow, maybe on a 30-minute delay. So that's the one I was watching. 2-hour opening statement from the state, I believe. I don't know if they ever got to the defense, but I was just skipping around to see what it was, because I had hoped this case would have been done now. Again, it's not that complicated a case. As long as they can't bring in the financial stuff and they can't really touch upon it, this shouldn't have lasted 7 days. And there's another case. I don't know if it's going to be televised. They're picking the jury today. That might be interesting. A 17-year-old who unalived his mom, and I believe maybe his dad as well, but he's only been the dad. He didn't get charged with that, but his mom sounds interesting. The courts I'm talking about are streaming to YouTube. I'm kind of hoping the Wagner trial gets moved there, because most Ohio courtrooms have terrible acoustics. And Ohio, I saw that I saw the hearing with the dad the other day. I haven't followed the Wagner case, but Jamie did, and she said that half the witnesses, because in Ohio you can say, I don't want to be on camera. So they cut both the camera and the audio feed. So you're just sitting there for 40 minutes and have to go to a newspaper and figure out what was said in court. That doesn't work. You can't live stream that. Well, they took a couple of half days. Yeah, that's right. We had 3 half days. So technically we are on 5.5 days. Apparently they've said it. Lawyer Lee have reported it. One of the court TV reporters, I believe, have reported it. They have told the defense have told that she will do it, but again, it's always subject to change, and I just don't think she'll hold up well on the cross, so I wouldn't risk putting her on the stand. That's my my biggest fear is always you can stay silent and maybe not go to prison, but you can almost certainly talk yourself into prison because you are not the smartest person in the room, no matter how much you believe you are. I don't think I would recommend her taking the stand, because on cross, even though it'll be objected to all the time, they will try to talk about the financial crimes. If they do it again, it'll suck. I have no idea. The defense seems to be doing okay, so why risk it? I need some stronger technical evidence from the defense. I think they, as good as they were doing with the sister and the kids and that graphic designer, this morning I think was a wash. Holly Mac, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships to Lene Salversen. She's Danish, so that's how you pronounce that. MJ, just, I don't know how to pronounce that one. Squid Bro Crow and Miss Kelly and Aussie Wombat. No, it's because the algorithm just chucks it random places. Maybe she's streaming. She normally streams around this time, I believe. So she might come back. She rates me sometimes. For the biscuit. For the culture. Can someone donate a member chat to Brandon? I said you have to take it up with Jamie. 4 days until you get snubbed again. You got one last month, so don't complain. One a year must be fine. The new membership algorithm is drunk, it seems. I don't know what they changed in the back end, but something has changed again. And even though this case I have run higher numbers than I did before Christmas, I get less views because that makes sense. But I have people staying for longer than they did. Nobody knows the algorithm. Nobody knows but you two. Nobody knows the algorithm. But I have to go back and because on my my giveaway stream I hit 12,811. When I woke up the next morning, I was at 12,806, and I'll bet you I'm below 12,800 again. I can't get past 12,008. What is a member chat? If you hit the little dollar symbol, there is a free chat every month that says how many months you've been here. South Korean, that's oh, that's not a good one. Happy Lunar New Year. Well, happy. Is it Lunar New Year today? I don't know. Brandon, Jamie is looking into it. Yep. Hey, money. 4 to 6 weeks turnaround time. Yeah, now and she might bump you to her supervisor, which will be Marissa. Well, they kind of do it every 3 months, and the problem is you never know when they're doing it and why they're doing it. You just all of a sudden you notice either that half your audience is gone, or half the audience comes in and say, "I didn't get notified," or "Why are you running so many ads?" And I'm thinking, I haven't changed anything, but I'm happy I get to stream to you people. Yeah, I have the same problem. I can't see Shizzy and Mo every morning. Shizzy normally starts streaming just before I take my pre-stream nap, and when I get out of bed, I normally put on Mo while I take a shower and do that stuff. I'll have to go in and manually find them. I don't get any notifications. It doesn't show up anywhere.
All right. Are there matters to take up at this time?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you. Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right. Bring in the jury, please, bailiff.
iPad doesn't work with YouTube because iPad wants 40% of the money. I believe it's 40% of the money if you pay through the app. So YouTube said no, because YouTube takes 30% already. So that's why you have to go to a browser. Oh, enjoy your holiday. I started getting NFL players talking, just doing a podcast. Actually, it's pretty good. I'm happy I got that one. They've been trying to convince us to do shorts for the last year and a half. I have no traction with shorts, no matter if I try to do one with Lego, one with Court, I've tried to do it. I never hit the algorithm. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole, Holly.
All right. We continue with the defense case in chief. You may call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
That's because you're a brand account. I'm a brand account as well, and I don't know what the difference is.
The defense calls Dr. Zachary Halsey.
I have like 40,000 different news channels, and I never ever get any from Mo. Yeah, that's probably why they're pushing it right now. Well, I think all of the clips I put up. Woohoo! Someone in court. Thank you, Jeebus. Oh, he's probably. He looks like a guy who
right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole
your
truth,
hands out
and
your
nothing
pockets.
but the truth, so help you God? You may have a seat right there.
Hey, Snooty.
Good afternoon, Dr. Halsey.
The only I have is I didn't like the witness they have this morning. I thought that it was bad. Talk about bad. Hey, Jamie.
Why do I always pop in when you can do that so easily? Hi.
he can be a former roid user. When you stop, a lot of muscle tissue will turn into fat. Ask me how I know.
How do you know?
Because I'm fat.
Okay.
Those videos actually do great, but it doesn't get me any new subs. So I should do more comedy, Jamie.
You really should.
Yeah,
You're a genius, a comedy genius.
I am. Glad you noticed.
I do.
I still don't think the state proved it. So
As you probably
Doggos.
know, I'm Stanley Selda. I'm one of the co-counsel
we don't
for
care.
the
Just
defendant,
come on.
Natalie Cochran. First of all, what is your full name, and would you please spell it for the clerk?
Zachary Tyler Halsey, Zachary, and then Halsey is Halsey.
Where are
Love when
you
somebody wears
currently
their
employed?
best
I'm currently
court
employed by
pullover.
Access Health in Daniels,
How long have you worked there?
approximately 10 and a half years.
Access Health.
What's your title?
Family physician.
Are you licensed in the state of West Virginia as a family physician?
Yes.
Approximately how long have you been licensed as a family physician?
Approximately
It's just a medical clinic. It's nothing fancy.
7 years, plus then 3
This
more
is
for training.
WVU, so West
roughly
Virginia
18 years.
University.
That's fine.
No, he works for Access Health.
No, his shirt, like what's on
Do
his
you
shirt
have any
says WVU.
certification?
Yeah, that's West Virginia University. The West Virginia University.
Okay.
Go. What's Virginia known for?
I don't even know.
Go. It can't be the Cornhuskers. Go.
What's West Virginia, guys?
Go Swallows. Jamie's favorite
Swallows.
bird.
Oh, Jesus.
As a family practitioner?
Yes, through the American College of Osteopathic Family Physicians.
See you, Lena. And congrats.
And briefly, what's your training as a family physician? Briefly.
Coal miners,
So I had
mountaineers,
3 years of
hillbillies.
family practice training also at Access Health.
Okay.
Mountaineers.
Are you familiar with
mountain
Natalie
person.
Cochran as a pharmacist?
Yes.
And how do you know her as a pharmacist?
If this guy doesn't drive a white van, nobody does. He has a supply of candy and puppies.
My favorite.
Yeah.
I'm in.
She also worked for Access Health as well as gave lectures occasionally for the residency program.
Okay. And if you would speak up a little bit, I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
I
And
got you.
speak into the microphone.
Sure.
Thank you. Approximately how much contact did you have with Natalie Cochran in her capacity as a pharmacist at Access Health?
Approximately 10 to 15 times, probably somewhere like that.
Okay. And over what period of time did that occur?
4 to 5 years. I don't remember when the exact end of the work part was.
Do you know how long Natalie Cochran worked at Access Health as a pharmacist?
I do not know.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to February 5th of 2019,
Okay.
and I will inform you and everybody else that was the day before Michael Cochran's collapse. Okay?
Sure.
Oh, was he the treating physician then? Because she went to the doctor the day off and the day before, I believe.
Yeah,
Could be the treating physician.
Did you have occasion to see or treat Natalie Cochran on February 5th of 2019?
Yes.
Did she make an appointment?
Yes.
Why did she make an appointment with your office?
On that day, she was having some flu-like symptoms, cough, congestion, shortness of breath, things like that.
Did she complain of body aches?
Yes.
Did you test her for flu and possibly strep?
Yes.
Do you recall what those results were?
Those were negative.
And that doesn't positively rule out those ailments. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, she had flu-like symptoms.
Did you give her a shot or a prescription on February 5th of 2019?
No, not on the 5th.
Did you at that day or the next day give her a steroid burst shot for inflammation and other symptoms that she was expressing to you?
It was an oral steroid, but yes, on the 5th.
Okay. Does possibly that a steroid increase the body's blood sugar?
Yes.
As a physician, would it be advisable for Natalie Cochran to take insulin to lower her blood sugar if that was the case?
It is possible to take insulin to lower blood sugar. Yes.
Okay. And just to sum up, on the 5th, February 5th, 2019, she simply didn't feel well.
Correct.
Okay. I call your attention to February 6th.
Again,
Why does
Is
he
it
have
possi-
to talk like this?
no, but
Sorry.
is it possible to lower your blood sugar with insulin? Who just goes around and takes insulin? I know I have been talking for 7 days about bodybuilders doing it, but if I had a high blood sugar, would I just say, well, I'm going to call someone and make them borrow me some insulin? Because yeah, I'll know how much to ingest. She's a pharmacist. She's not a nurse.
Yeah, but pharmacists can, they would know those sort of things. Because usually a lot of the pharmacists have to counsel nurses on what dosage to take for certain things. So it can possibly be, yes.
But who goes around
But
and say,
yes, I'm like
yeah,
the whole just taking insulin for things like I've never heard of that, but
yeah, that's, yeah, no, Brandon, none of that.
yeah, they do. They know
But-
a lot more.
But the I don't know. The important part in this is prescription drugs. It's I don't like taking medication because I think that rest and recuperations is way better than trying to just, because you're just numbing the pain, and pain is because something's bad in your body. Jamie, I tried to do rack pulls today, and I pulled something in my back again because I'm an idiot. I just got over my back problems last week, so I tried to pull 300 pounds today. So
That's what happens.
maybe I should get some insulin.
Okay, calm down,
But
sir.
I'm just, maybe it's me that's just weird, but I think I'll just medicate myself. It's a weird thing to do.
People do it.
And again, for blood sugar,
Hmm. I mean, it's odd for sure.
6th, 2019, the next day, and that was the day of Michael Cochran's collapse. Okay?
Okay.
Did Natalie Cochran on that day make an appointment and come into Access Health?
Yes.
Why?
On that day, she had been having some nausea and vomiting overnight.
Was she still complaining of the previous symptoms?
Yes, they were still present.
Was she, or did she ask for, or was she retested again for the flu?
Yes, she was.
I'm not.
And again, what were the results?
It was also negative at that time.
And again, that doesn't absolutely prove she had the flu. It's a test to indicate that.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, look, Marissa is 200% as mean as Jamie today.
200.
Yeah, that's amazing.
On February 6, 2019, what treatment was she given that day?
On that day, she was given an injection of promethazine as well as a prescription for oral promethazine.
What's promethazine for? What's it used for?
It is for nausea.
According to your recollection, what time did she come in on February 6th, and approximately what time did she leave?
It was approximately, somewhere between 8 and 8:30 that she was there, and left, probably around 9:30 to 10, somewhere through there.
Was she there in early morning for when you opened up?
Yes, so we open at 8 o'clock.
Okay. Now, on these 2 days, did you have any reason to doubt Natalie Cochran's sincerity about being sick?
No.
Did you conclude that she was sick?
I felt like she was sick at that time, yes.
And as a licensed family physician, if you didn't think she was sick, you wouldn't have prescribed or given her promethazine, right?
Correct.
Because you don't give medication to people that aren't sick or you think they're sick.
Right.
Okay. Now, is one of the side effects of promethazine sleepiness?
You can, yes.
Given that promethazine can cause sleepiness, given Natalie's symptoms and complaints, would you deem it advisable for her to travel, say, on a plane, go to meetings with bankers, etc.? Don't know how long they're going to last. Or would it be more advisable, or would you recommend that she go home and go to bed?
I would certainly say if you're not feeling well, especially with vomiting, to go home and stay in bed.
Now I'd like to kind of change things up a little bit. Did you ever treat or have Gavin Davis as your patient?
Yes.
Did you know that Gavin Davis had an insulin pump for his diabetes type 1 disease?
Yes.
How does an insulin pump work?
So it will secrete insulin based upon the body's needs of how much glucose is in the body.
Is it possible that an insulin pump can run out of the insulin in it or malfunction?
Yes.
How do you fill an insulin pump? Can it be one of two ways? You attach a vial of insulin to it, or you directly inject the insulin?
Yes. That's accurate.
What type of insulin was Gavin Davis's pump filled with?
His was rapid acting insulin. I believe it was Humalog.
I just find it weird that they can talk about this kid's medical prescriptions.
I mean, they must have got some kind of okay with all of that.
Yeah, because this is personal information of a non-party in the case.
Exactly. So it's
So-
odd. So they must have gotten, okay, a hold of it, either the parents or some kind of written stuff. So
Yeah. Yeah, but it's the neighbor's kid. They are talking about his medical history. That's the one.
mhm.
Probably had parents sign off on HIPAA. I still
Yeah, I
think.
don't know how it works with like court stuff. So
Yeah.
they must have had him sign something.
I still think you lost it by not calling it Hippo.
Humalog, Lispro, insulin, right?
Yes.
Once Humalog insulin enters the body, either by the pump or by injection, how long does it take it to start to work?
Approximately 15 minutes or so.
How long is it active or working in the body after it's introduced?
4 to 6 hours, somewhere through there.
Were you aware that Natalie Cochran was a diabetic specialist?
Yes, she was in that role with Access Health.
Did you know that the Davises, Gavin's parents, especially Jennifer, designated Natalie Cochran at one time as an emergency contact for Gavin if they couldn't be reached in an emergency?
No, I do not know that.
Would it be reasonable to have a backup supply of insulin if an insulin pump failed or needed refilling?
Yes.
Would it be reasonable if Natalie Cochran was a neighbor of the Davises and at one point an emergency contact for Gavin? Would it be reasonable that she keep a supply of Gavin's Humalog insulin at her home?
It would be reasonable if it was Gavin's. Yes.
And would that be further reasonable if Gavin Davis often visited there or ate food at the Cochran's home?
It would be reasonable.
Now, a person afflicted with diabetes type 1, when they eat food, you have to carefully measure what food they're taking, carbohydrate.
The neighbor gave her the insulin because she contacted her and said if she could have some. I think is the story because her blood sugar was high, so she wanted to lower it by taking insulin instead of just, I don't know, drink some water and don't eat carbs. Yeah, you're not flying out if you can't keep water down.
Intake, etc., so you can regulate the insulin to control the blood sugar that comes from their eating. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Now, is it your understanding that in a diabetic, insulin works to lower blood sugar?
Yes.
Because diabetics, most of them, don't process sugar like normal people. They have an excess of high blood sugar in their system. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
Does insulin work to lower blood sugar when it's introduced in the body?
Yes.
Now, wouldn't you believe that if a licensed pharmacist would have access to or be able to get insulin?
I think it would be reasonable that they would know how to get insulin. Yes.
I need a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Well, at least it's fast. Even though this guy is the slowest talker in the history of talking.
I believe that's the extent of direct examination, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination, Mr. Truman.
A few questions, Doctor. There's been a lot of discussion about reasonableness of having Gavin Davis supplied with insulin at the defendant's house. And your answers were that would be reasonable. But if that wasn't the stated reason why that insulin was in the house, would that change your opinion as to how reasonable it would for a house that has non-diabetics?
Sure.
Okay. If you were shown a message from the defendant to Jennifer Davis saying she was going to borrow a bottle for her own treatment, would that change your opinion as to how reasonable it was to have insulin in her house?
Yes.
You were also the treating physician for Michael, or the primary care physician for Michael Cochran?
Yes, at one time.
Okay. You're aware of his allergies?
Yes.
And he was allergic to benzodiazepine?
I believe that was in the chart. Yes.
Okay. And he was also allergic to some of the medication you gave to the defendant on February the 5th, right?
I believe so.
Now, the defense asked you about steroids and how that could increase blood glucose, and insulin would counteract that. And those were fair questions to ask.
Yes.
As her primary care physician, were you treating for any kind of cancer?
No.
I'll object to that, Your Honor.
May we approach?
Yes.
They don't want to talk about her cancer. Hey, Jamie.
Hi, I'm back. Sorry.
Is West Virginia one of those laid-back ways of life? I have just been watching YouTube at 2 times 3.
Dr. Haney, what's been marked for identification as states 33. Take a moment and glance at that for me, please. Dr. Wood is states 33
That is the visit from February the 6th.
of 2019.
Yes.
And on the bottom of page 2, oh, I'm sorry, not the bottom.
Okay.
What does that indicate that you provided in the way of medication?
So that was the injection of promethazine as well as the oral tablets for promethazine.
So the defendant got an injection, and that was administered at your office on the morning of the 6th of February, 2019, correct?
Correct.
But you sent her home with some tablets as well.
Yes.
Or are they tablets or capsules or?
The ones in the chart here says
No, it's and I believe it's either Belgium or Holland.
tablet, so
Tablets.
they can come in both.
Okay. Doctor, if
I think they claimed the other day that she did have treatment for it at some point, but it again,
Her
all of
kids
this-
said she did so.
what?
Her kids said she did. The daughter.
Yeah, but again, all of that is just kind of wishy-washy. There's no hard evidence of anything. She didn't get treated at her doctor. She went to some other medical facility, is what the kids talked about. But wouldn't your primary physician? Oh, well, you have different. Everything we have just goes online into our records, and then our doctor or the hospital can just open those and see what we have. So, but you have different ways.
Yeah, your doctor should know though, because then you'll just get like routed to a specialist for certain stuff like that. So yeah.
If it was a patient was allergic to the particular substance that you'd been talking about, what would be the anticipated reaction?
It varies depending on the severity.
I believe he needs to be more specific as to what substance he's referring to.
Fair enough. Hand you what's been marked as states 33 and call your attention again to the medications that day. Let's talk about the injection. That would have taken place in your office, correct?
Correct.
Now, the tablets that you sent out,
Yes.
that's if an individual patient was allergic to that particular substance, what would you anticipate the reaction to be?
Again, depending on the severity, it can be as simple as, upset stomach, rash, you're just feeling ill.
I'm objecting. And again, I believe we need to approach the bench.
But you were telling us in general terms what you might.
Come on now. Lot of objections. I believe it's Dutch because it's Dacia artifacts, and I believe that's that area of that was called Dacia before, but I could be wrong. I saw it on the X.
All right, ask the question again, please, Mr. Truman.
We were discussing the likely reaction from a physician's point of view to an allergy to the particular medication you prescribed that day. And you couldn't be specific, but you were telling us in general terms what you might anticipate.
Yes, it could be anything from just nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, things like that, all the way up to potentially anaphylaxis.
What's that?
So that is when essentially your throat starts to close, can't
Oh, it's
breathe,
Romanian.
and can potentially be fatal if not treated.
In between those two extremes, would passing out be a possibility?
Unlikely to be a allergic reaction side effect there.
Okay. Move for States 33 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, States 33 will be.
It's stolen from the museum in Drent, probably Drent, from an exhibit that's called Dacia Reich van Gold and Silver. So yes, it's in Holland.
Admitted into evidence?
Can I have just a moment, please?
Indeed.
Well, didn't they talk something about he took them because he felt bad or something? I can't remember how it was.
Let's go back to the defendant in your treatment of her. Review of her chart indicates you prescribed Xanax for her.
Yes,
What is that?
that is an anti-anxiety medication,
And part of the family known as what?
benzodiazepine.
Thank you, Helen.
And in fact, you had a prescription for just a few days before that for her, correct? For that?
If you say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't keep all your patient stuff in your head?
Not that far back.
If those records do reflect that she filled a prescription a very few days, early days of February 2019, you'd have no reason to doubt that.
I would not have reason to doubt that.
I think that's it. Doctor, thank you. The state has no additional questions. Dr. Halsey.
All right, redirect Mr. Selden.
Can I take just a moment?
Yes.
Again, what if any proof did this guy
One
bring?
additional question while
Go
we're
ahead.
thinking about it. Did on February 6th of 2019, did you prescribe any medication for Michael Cochran, or was it just the defendant?
Just Ms. Cochran. I did not see Michael as a patient that day.
Thank you.
So I guess from the cross-examination, you're familiar with Natalie Cochran's medical history.
Yes.
And yeah, I never heard about benzos, but I'm allergic to morphine, so
Were you aware that Natalie Cochran had a history of heart problems and that she had heart surgery in September 2018 at CAMC?
I'm aware that's in the records, yes.
And the records reveal that she had a problem with the electrical impulses in her heart, that her heart beat too rapidly, and that was what caused her to have heart surgery. Is that correct?
I believe that to be correct.
were you aware that Natalie Cochran, oh, and let me ask you, when someone has heart surgery or they're going to undergo surgery, they do a vast number of laboratory tests prior to the surgery and even after surgery.
In general, yes.
Were you aware, or does it appear in Natalie Cochran's records, that CAMC had done lab tests in connection with the surgery that revealed that Natalie Cochran's white blood cell count was low? Do you have any knowledge of that, or does it appear in the records?
I don't have knowledge of that since that was prior to establishing with me. So I can't answer that.
So would you have any knowledge that as a result of those lab tests, Natalie Cochran was instructed to undergo further laboratory tests?
I'm not aware of that.
Now, since the door's been opened and I feel the need, I have to go into it. I want to address Natalie Cochran's possibly having cancer, okay?
Okay.
Did Natalie Cochran make an appointment with you or your office at Access Health on January 15th of 2019, approximately a month before Michael Cochran's death?
Yes.
Did she make that appointment because she had some suspicions as to whether she may or may not have cancer?
My understanding was that she was told that she did have cancer and that we were trying to proceed with that.
And you don't know specifically who or what entity told
Correct.
her that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Can you just go to your doctor and say, hey, someone told me I had the big C?
You can go and get tests done. Like if you think something's wrong, yeah, I'd go to your doctor and
Yeah, but
ask.
she said she had been told that she had it by someone.
Yeah.
And he doesn't say, okay, who is someone?
Well,
That's
they're probably not getting into it, but yeah, I mean, it's possible.
In Denmark, there would be a paper trail. You would go to
Oh, yeah.
your physician and say, I've been losing weight and I can't sleep and I have this chronic pain. And we're going to send you for some tests. And
A lot of people get second opinions, they get third opinions. If they're
Yeah, but
told once by a doctor, they'll go to another one and they'll say, can you do some
but
tests?
every one of these, well, I couldn't just go to another doctor because it's socialized healthcare. You have one doctor. If you're lucky like me, there's 4 or 5 doctors working at the same office. I could ask to be sent to one of the other ones, but
Mhm.
but I had something removed from my nose that they took a biopsy of, and they know that at my doctor's, even though it was the ear, nose, throat specialist that did it. So because they just talk together, it's just so weird coming from a socialist paradise that you are not surveilled in head and toe.
Yep. People get misdiagnosed all
In
the
her
time. Get
appointment,
second opinions. So.
did she tell you she had made an appointment with the Cleveland Clinic to discuss the possibility of her having cancer, and specifically leukemia, which is a low white blood cell count?
Yes,
Yeah,
at
that's
the
right,
time
Melissa.
we were
Mine can't either.
advised about an appointment with Cleveland.
Did she formally ask you to refer her
I'm a
there, or did
shitty
she
doctor.
just give an indication she'd already made an appointment?
Just an indication.
Did you discuss her symptoms and why she suspected she might have cancer?
We had talked about various symptoms at the time. Yes.
Mhm. And in those discussions, she told you that she was always sick, always tired. She had cough and congestion that went on for a long time. She had body aches and diarrhea and symptoms similar to that.
Yes.
Now, did she call your office the next day, January 16th of 2019? Did she call or make contact with your office?
I believe that was the case. Yes.
And in that discussion, Natalie said that she had to cancel her appointment with the Cleveland Clinic because of insurance problems and coverage and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
So
Might need a
subsequently,
bio break. That's right.
because she didn't actually was seen at the Cleveland Clinic, you don't have any records from the Cleveland Clinic, correct?
Correct.
Did Natalie ask for and did you give her a referral to Duke University for possible further cancer diagnosis and or treatment?
Yes.
Do your records reflect or do you have any knowledge that Natalie Cochran was on a waiting list to actually confer with the oncology department at Duke University?
I would be unaware of that.
Didn't they say she continued her treatment in prison?
I don't remember that. But that'd be interesting.
Can anyone remember? I believe Thursday someone said she did continue her treatment in prison. I might be constipated out of my mind, but these are my thinking eyes, Marissa. It's because I'm sitting here trying to think.
Were you aware that she and Michael Cochran drove down to Duke University to go through the emergency department because it was so long for her to get to the oncology department?
I do know that there was an ER appointment at that time.
Okay. Did you receive or get any records from Duke University?
Just from that ER appointment, and I think there may be some cardiology appointments in there too.
Okay. Now, because of Michael Cochran's subsequent death in February of 2019, the investigation into the fraudulent schemes and Natalie Cochran having problems from that, we don't know at this point whether or not Natalie Cochran indeed has cancer. Isn't that correct?
That's fair.
A moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't have we been told he had been misdiagnosed with the big C? I can't remember that.
I don't think they said anything about him.
No. You missed you what was the first victim here? Victim. The first testimony was
That doctor guy. Wilford Brimley.
no, after lunch. No, yeah. This guy is the treating physician, and he gave her medications, and she claims she was sick. She might have had symptoms of the big C.
Now, isn't it also true that Natalie Cochran left your care in March of 2019, so you don't have any further knowledge of her care, treatment, etc.
Correct.
A moment, Charlie.
Yes.
You can have all the moments you want, as long as you get.
The prosecutor asks you about Michael Cochran's supposed allergies. And you don't know from your review of those records whether those were actual allergies or side effects of medications. Isn't that correct?
That's true. I wouldn't have put I believe those were put in prior, so I don't know what the reaction that he may have had with this was.
Yeah, some people will lie about stuff like that.
Thank you very much.
Further questions, Mr. Freeman?
Yes.
Go ahead.
As Michael Cochran's primary care physician, you never treated him for diabetes, did you?
No.
Because he didn't have diabetes.
True.
You never prescribed insulin because he didn't need insulin.
True.
Back to the defendant for a moment. Any information that you have as her primary care physician was only what she told you in terms of cancer, correct?
Correct.
And you made efforts to refer her to Duke, correct?
Correct.
Ask this be marked as 34, please.
State's Exhibit 34, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Whoops.
Is he talking to a horse? This guy looks like a mix between the former Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme and the guy who played Professor Proton in The Big Bang Theory. I think he went to West Virginia. He works for a health clinic. I think they've tried to imply he could have, but I don't think he was diagnosed.
Take a look at that.
Okay.
And in there, it addresses your attempt to refer to a specialist, which was Duke, for the defendant's alleged cancer.
Correct.
What'd they tell you, Duke?
That if she did not have a diagnosis of CLL, that they would not see her.
And did they come up with a diagnosis of CLL?
I never received any records from Duke.
Move states 34 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. It is admitted.
Doctor, thank you. State has no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to take possession of that case.
Okay.
This document purports to be information about Natalie Cochran's referral to Duke University. Was that correct?
Correct. That would be a phone note.
What is CLL,
It's a form of leukemia.
which can be indicated by a low white blood cell count? Isn't that correct?
It can be, yes.
Now, this document clearly says that someone from Duke University called, and I don't know if they called you or Natalie.
would have been-
It just says they called and stated they don't have records backing the diagnosis for CLL, and they won't see her, right?
Correct. That would have been between the referral nurse and my nurse at the time. The referral.
And because Natalie Cochran was investigating whether she had CLL or any other form of cancer, she would not be able to provide those records. Isn't that true?
That would be true.
She didn't get an appointment at the Cleveland Clinic for the reasons discussed. Now Duke is saying, we need,
I still just, from the state, I need to put that needle in his butt. And from the defense, I need illegal purchase of drugs online, because I'm losing my patience. They have 3 different explanations for everything. I'm feeling like Jamie does every time I say, shouldn't we stream? Oh, not again.
records that show you've already been diagnosed with CLL, or we can't take you, right?
That's correct. That's what the note says.
And you didn't have any of those records which definitively would diagnose Natalie Cochran as having CLL. Right?
Correct. Correct.
Because she's investigating, right?
Correct.
She's trying to see these people. They're telling her they can't see her in the oncology departments because they already need proof that she has CLL. Right?
Yes. Yes.
Kind of a catch-22, isn't it?
That's
No, I know they, and in the perfect world, every jury knows about reasonable doubt and everything will go by the book. But in reality, the jury will start out thinking she must be guilty because she's charged with something. And the problem is that the defense have talked about, well, it's because of her cancer, it's because of his tumor on his pancreas. She didn't have cancer, but she had high blood pressure. It's just, the more the story is all over the place, and that's why I always say, keep it stupid, Baker. No, keep it simple, Baker. Because I'm stupid. I'm such an idiot. I even said it wrong, Jamie. Has anyone brought up the resemblance of the defendant has to convicted unalive Melanie McGuire? Don't know who that is. I think she looks like the female love interest from Tremors. But thank you so much, Jam Cracker.
But he loves the Tremors reference. What's her name though? What's her name?
Did she make any other movies after Tremors?
Well, no, I can't remember what her name in Tremors was.
I can't.
I don't want to call her that.
No further questions.
Anything, Mr. Truman?
Oh, unfortunately, I do. Doctor, the circular logic of that is this. She told you the month before that Duke is who
Yeah, but now we've been listening to the defense, and I probably just get mad because we wasted 3 hours this morning.
diagnosed her with that, didn't she?
I believe it was from CAMC, not Duke. Duke came later.
And you never got your records from CAMC either.
No.
Wouldn't a primary care physician be aware if his patient was being treated for cancer?
We would hope so. We don't, unfortunately, we don't always get records.
Don't always get records, but
Exactly.
usually you would have something to indicate that your patient had cancer.
Generally, we would have those records.
Almost always, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Thank you, Doc.
Don't say almost always because it's not true.
Okay.
You don't have anything in your records that says CAMC said she had CLL, just that she might have it because of her lowered white blood cell count. Isn't that right?
The only thing in the chart that I would have for that was the notes to my nurse and myself at the time during that first office visit.
And once again, I'm sorry to belabor the point. She suspects she has CLL because of conversations with CAMC or some other hospital or entity.
Another suitcase case.
She wants to be referred for further diagnosis as to whether she has it or not, right?
So I think the very first visit, she had already had apparently an appointment with Cleveland, so that didn't involve us. and that she was telling the nurse at the time that she was informed that she had CLL. That's what the
What
note says.
nurse informed? Of
My
you?
nurse at the time.
You don't know if Natalie said, I'm pretty sure I have CLL and I want to be further diagnosed or treated, right?
Yeah, I can't remember the exact conversation. That was
Okay.
6 years ago.
Did you or anyone from Access Health or any of these other entities, especially Duke, contact CAMC to get the lab results that indicated to Natalie Cochran she might have CLL?
I know that we would have. I can't speak for other entities, but I'm sure that we would have tried to get the documents from them.
But you didn't get them.
Correct.
Just a moment.
Okay.
I need to say something for you.
Very well.
And I need just a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Why aren't you prepared for your own witnesses? What the hell? Go back up.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, they overcomplicated it. So now the jury is sitting there thinking, what am I? Who? What? Go back to, you didn't prove your case.
Yeah, because like they didn't even want to bring all this stuff in, but because the state kept bringing it up, they're like, "Oh, we feel like we have to talk about it now," and they have no. They sound stupid.
Number 34. Now, right under here, at the bottom.
Okay. You're going to speak loudly, Mr.
Okay.
Selden.
Under here, under case description, and I'm going to read from this, okay? It says, Natalie was returning a call to the nurse, and that's the nurse at Access Health,
Yes.
right? Regarding lab results. Says, Natalie says, I tried to call the nurse around 12:20 p.m. There was no answer. And then the nurse says, in which I told the patient, and I don't know who I is, someone at Access Health, right?
Correct.
I would send a phone number to the nurse to return her call. The patient, that's Natalie, stated she is on her way back to her appointment with the cardiologist and then an appointment with the oncologist, and she wants her to be called at, and she leaves her phone number so she can try to get these records, right?
That's what the phone note says, yes.
Okay. And do you know if this is Natalie Cochran's phone number?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Okay.
Last word, Mr. Truman.
The last word would be thank you to the doctor. He's been a good sport about all this. We're done.
Thank you very
Oh,
much,
my
Dr.
Lord.
Palsy. You may step down. You are excused, sir. Call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
What did that do for you? What did it do for anyone? Because I don't.
It tickled my fancy.
Okay. Well, at least I did that.
Before I call my next witness, I need to gather my notes.
Okay.
Why don't you just put your notes in one pile for every witness instead of having to? He's really annoying me today, Jamie. I don't know if you can tell.
Yeah. I was annoyed earlier when he talks so slowly.
Good afternoon, Dr. Banerjee.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Goodness gracious.
Thank you.
What?
Tell us your name and how you spell it.
My name is Dr. Priya, Priya, and last name is Banerjee, Banerjee.
Marissa, you.
Where do you currently work and what's your title?
Sure. So, excuse me, I'm
No, tickle.
self-employed at my company named Anchor Forensic Pathology. And I'm based in Barrington, Rhode Island, just outside of Providence.
Have you authored any publications or anything related to it?
Yes, I don't think I fully answered your last question. So I'm a forensic pathologist. And so I've worked in that field going on over 14 years. And so during my training, well, I mean, I'm talking about I was an attending and then there was training prior to that. So all in all, there were many occasions that I've done research myself and then published those articles or performed the projects and we
What was
together
that?
and published them.
Forensic pathology.
Yeah, they
is that-
kind of look alike.
So I have
Oh, is that is that
two
the attorney?
research articles.
No, it's the
I have
doctor.
some
She has the
basic
same
Oh.
things as Barbara Ray.
articles as
J.
well as many publications.
Oh, it's like the attorney.
Do you have any teaching experience?
Yes, quite a bit. So in Rhode Island, let's see, I used to teach at the Roger Williams University where I designed and taught a year-long forensic pathology and crime scene investigation course that was 2 semesters. I did that for quite a while, and then I subsequently left that job due to personal reasons. I also taught at the Boston University Medical School, their graduate program in forensic sciences. Again, it was crime scene investigation and forensic pathology, and currently still hold since I think 2011 or 2012, a clinical assistant professorship at the Brown University Laboratory Medicine and Pathology program.
As a forensic pathologist, do you conduct autopsies and issue reports from that?
Yes, that's one of the many roles I do as a forensic pathologist. That's really what I'm trained to do. And as you've heard previously, that's one of the main tools we use as a forensic pathologist to make diagnoses.
What? Can you approximate at all how many autopsies you've done in the past?
That's a gross approximation, and I would say probably close to 3,000 now. So autopsy, my training stems back to my days at residency at the Johns Hopkins Hospital, where we learned and performed autopsies. I then went on to do a fellowship in forensic pathology where I was, day in and day out performing autopsies. And then I was an assistant medical examiner for the state of Rhode
I've just been struggling with some persistent coughing the last 3 weeks, so that's why I'll go off screen.
Island for over 11 years. So again, very diligently doing autopsies. So all of those together, plus I've done some service work in various other offices that needed help, such as New Hampshire, Maine,
Hey,
Las
FD.
Vegas. I've done that. And so this is just, I don't keep tallies, but I would say approximately, let's say 2,900 to 3,000.
Fair enough. Are you board certified in any of these areas that you're talking about?
Yes. So after I completed my residency at the Johns Hopkins Hospital, I sat for my pathology boards, which was in the field of anatomic pathology. So that's like being in a hospital, looking at slides, whatnot. Autopsy is a part of that. So I was generally boarded in anatomic pathology. And then after I did my fellowship training, I was then eligible and on the first attempt passed my forensic pathology boards.
Do you have any medical licenses anywhere?
I currently hold 2 active licenses, one in the state of Rhode Island and one in Nevada. I also have a inactive good standing licensure in Pennsylvania.
At this time,
So she could treat Jemima or Marissa if any of those, treat. If either of those 2 kicks the bucket, they might see this lady.
Yeah.
Well, she will see them.
would like Dr. Banerjee certified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Does the state wish to engage in voir dire?
Your Honor,
The state accepts the witness's credentials.
All right, court declares Dr. Banerjee to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology and anatomic pathology.
Permission to approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, a younger version of that one.
This particular exhibit we marked as defense exhibit, whatever the next number is.
It's defense exhibit number 12.
Thank you.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Dr. Banerjee, I am handing you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 12. I'm going to ask you to refer to this document. I'm going to go back and ask you some questions, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
I don't know if it's just her facial expression or something, but she looks like she's so sad. I just want to hug her. She could need it, Jamie. Jamie and Valhalla should just walk up and hug her.
Could you identify this document, what it is?
So this is my 7-page report that I submitted to you that summarizes or contains all my conclusions related to this case.
Okay. You're starting to fade away a little bit.
Oh,
Please
sorry.
talk in the microphone. Thank you.
Oh, my Lord.
Oh.
I'm very rarely accused of that.
How about you, sir?
On
You
page
should
2 of
really
that
learn
report, you
from your own
specify what records you've received in preparation of that report. Would you please go through the records you received?
Hey, Tom, haven't seen you in a
Yeah,
second.
so
Hope you're
I've
doing better.
itemized in my report, in no particular order, all of them were submitted digitally. So just the first autopsy report for Michael Brandon Cochran, West Virginia, number 2019-3671. That is the first autopsy that Dr. Kubitschek
Look at Julio. She's a cowgirl.
performed. I also have medical records, 2 sets, one from Raleigh General and the other from Charleston Medical Center. I have an array of scene photographs of the candidate scene, including multiple pictures of a Humalog insulin Lispro vial. I have Dr. Uribe's second autopsy report and Dr. Diane Krieger's expert report.
Now, you listened in to expert reports or expert testimony in this case, but that was subsequent to you authoring this report. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, I was allowed to by the judge with permission to also listen to Doctors Uribe and Krieger testify, but my opinion as written here is all formulated based on their written reports as well, and the summation of all this.
Okay. I'd like to skip down to the bottom of page 2.
Okay.
You have a heading marked discussion. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'd like to skip over paragraph 1 for now and go to paragraph 2. In that paragraph, you state that Mr. Cochran first underwent an autopsy by Dr. Kubicek.
If she starts talking about birds aren't real and the earth is flat, we know she listens to the expert.
On September the 4th, 2019, which was
Yes, this is the one who was on the phone the first couple of days.
7 months after his death. Is that correct?
Yes, approximately 7 months.
Okay.
She was just side-eyeing the coffer and thinking, well, I can do some business while I'm in town.
Oh my God.
Your Honor, I have another exhibit that I'm going to be questioning this witness about. Permission to approach the clerk.
Very well. Thank you.
I don't think she's that young. She just had one of those young faces.
I'd like to warn the jury ahead of time. These are photographs and they're somewhat gruesome.
Are we going to see pictures of his autopsy now?
Dr. Banerjee, can you identify this exhibit?
Yeah, so this is a hard copy printout of an array with 4 autopsy pictures with the same case number that I referenced, 19-3671, with Dr. Kubicek's initials also on the placard in the photos. So these are at least 4 of the many autopsy photos that were submitted to me.
At this time, I'd like to move for admission of Dr. Banerjee's report and this exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Truman?
No objection.
All right. Defense exhibits 12 and 13 will be admitted into evidence.
Please escort the person who's crying out of the courtroom.
No.
Now, you've already identified this photograph. I want to go back to your description under decomposition,
Make them leave.
page 3, paragraph 2.
Yeah, they did warn them.
Okay. Yes.
Does this photograph accurately convey the advanced state of decomposition as photographed by Dr. Kubicek in his autopsy?
Yeah, so this, unfortunately, embalming and burial does not keep the body in the same state as when one passes away. So even though the procedure is supposed to, it's still not perfect. And so you can see that 7 months later, Mr. Cochran's body was in a moderately decomposed state with moderate insect activity present. And those are words extracted from Dr. Kubicek's autopsy.
Well,
That's how he described
ew.
it.
So
I'm going to remove the photograph.
All right.
there's like rotting and stuff. Like that's gross to see anyway. Well,
What do you think happens with a body in 7 months, Jamie?
well, yeah, but like she's talking about like the bugs and stuff. Like, yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't come out smelling like bourbon vanilla. That's
I wish it did.
yeah, then you would be grave robbing every night.
Oh my God. Okay, let's back it up. Calm down. Don't start another rumor.
Yeah, get the kids out of there. Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him too
Yeah.
well.
Oh Lord. Yeah, I'm good, Pixie. They can stay
On
there.
that same page, what was the description and the condition of Michael Cochran's heart on autopsy?
Yes, so the heart weighed 450 grams, and it wasn't described clearly as such, but assuming it was also moderately decomposed like the rest of him, it was, it follows that weight, as you've heard earlier, tissues and organs, as they fall apart with decomposition, they get lighter in weight. And so taking that into account, this is a relatively enlarged heart for someone his size and his stature.
Will it be mediocre or will it be a good chicken palm?
Oh, Gina. I lost my appetite the minute she started talking about bugs.
Yeah. And to the people who said they should have warned them, they did warn them. The kids did get up and move away.
Why is that significant, the enlarged heart?
So the heart is ironically one of those muscles that you don't really want to enlarge unless you're an Olympic athlete or very well conditioned. It often enlarges secondary to what we say stress. Now, stress can be anything like high blood pressure, anything that's sort of a continued stress on the body. It's not one episode. It's going to be a longer term effect. So
It's the circle of life. Simba, when we die, we will turn into grass that the antelopes eat.
Yes.
sometimes chronic substance abuse, exercise can help. But when we say it's a pathologically enlarged, abnormally enlarged, that's not a healthy heart.
You have a discussion about pseudoephedrine use.
Yes.
Please explain that.
Sure. So within the clinical records I was given, certain substances that are considered controlled substances, which pseudoephedrine is one, is monitored, and the prescription sort of history is monitored. So that's how I knew he was on it. And pseudoephedrine is Sudafed, and we know that one of its side effects is a stimulant, meaning that it will raise your blood pressure.
What about your statement about reported history of pseudoephedrine and stimulant use and the use of enclophamine use? How could these factors have affected Mr. Cochran?
Sure. So I assume that enclomiphene, wasn't a prescribed medicine. It was what the records say was illicitly obtained over the internet, and non-prescribed, I should say. And so all of these factors, when your heart is enlarged, it is a risk for sudden death, which is what we call an arrhythmia. The heart has an electrical system that helps us beat. Even as we sit here, we don't have to think about it. And when the heart gets thickened, abnormally so, the electrical system can basically short circuit, and then you miss a beat, you don't have a heart rate, you don't have a blood pressure, and you die. There really isn't any fingerprint of an arrhythmia. That's an electrical signal, right? So when you're alive, there are cardiologists that specialize in that, and they can, like an EKG is the electrical tracing of the heart. But once you are deceased, there's no way to really, there's no traceable rhythm. And so structurally, when we see an enlarged heart, we're worried about an arrhythmia as a possible cause of sudden death.
Could these factors in your discussion about a fatal arrhythmia or heart attack, could this have been a possible factor in Michael Cochran's death?
Yes, I just say arrhythmia, heart attack, I sort of classify differently, which I won't get into, but the abnormal rhythm would be an arrhythmia. And if it's a fatal, there's different tracings, which I'm not going to get into, but fatal arrhythmia can occur. And obviously with a decomposed heart, just like the rest of his body, that really limits making the diagnosis under the microscope. We can, again, just say that the heart was enlarged based on its weight.
So from that explanation, a fatal arrhythmia would not show up in autopsy, correct?
Correct. We have a structurally abnormal heart, which we know is at risk, but a fatal arrhythmia leaves no identifiable sign at autopsy, especially in a decomposed specimen.
What findings were made regarding the possibility of pancreatic tumors in Michael Cochran's body?
I know there's been some discussion about this, but upon review of the first autopsy report, again, the pancreas is one of the first organs to decompose in the body. It's full of enzymes, and as soon as we die, they start leaking, and that's what causes the pancreas to basically disintegrate. And so I think it's difficult, and I think it's improper to say that a pancreatic tumor was excluded, because 7 months later, the pancreas isn't going to be very recognizable. Even if it is, it's not going to be intact anymore to really see any types of tumors. These tumors, such as an insulinoma, can be less than 1 centimeter big. It can be millimeters, but it can still have a functional effect, which I find fascinating. But again, that's not going to be identifiable on a decomposed pancreas or organ.
Okay, and I may have missed it in your explanation. I just want to clarify. Can pancreatic tumors cause hypoglycemia?
Oh, yes. Sorry if I wasn't clear on that. Yes. So that's in one of the potential causes of hypoglycemia is a pancreatic tumor if it creates insulin. So tumors don't act like normal organs. And so if it's a tumor of the cells that make insulin in the body and there's an sort of bad acting collection of them, then they form this tumor and then they can pump out insulin that could cause low blood sugar hypoglycemia. There was no such, I think the capabilities of identifying such is very limited in a decomposed body.
Dr. Uribe stated that pancreatic tumors on autopsy were excluded in the first autopsy. Is that a correct statement?
I think not identified versus excluded are two different issues here. Not identified is true because the pancreas and other organs, again, are decomposed. Excluded is inaccurate because, again, that decomposition means it's 7 months later and it could have been there. We just can't see it based on the condition of the organ and the body in general.
I'd like to call your attention to the paragraph that's numbered number 3 on that page. Okay?
Yes.
You discuss post-mortem, meaning after death, toxicology tests performed. What's toxicology?
So toxicology is the basic testing of blood and other body fluids or tissues to see to try to detect, identify, and quantify any medications or substances that's in someone's body at the time of death.
Would you please discuss what tests were done or weren't done in connection with Michael Cochran's body? And along those lines.
So again, this is 7 months later.
I have a specific question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
That's
you
all right.
wanted me to answer.
It's not
There's a
you, lady. It's
discussion
just-
that there was no testing prior to Michael's death of, first of all, insulin. What's the significance of that?
So when he was alive then, you're
Yes.
saying? Okay. Because we talked about postmortem testing too.
No,
So
I'm talking about prior to Michael Cochran's death.
sure. So my review of the hospital record showed that there was, although low blood sugars were noted, there was no.
See you later, Rianne. And you can check in for the recap if anything exciting happens. But I like this lady. She's doing what the first expert should be doing.
Yeah.
Clear,
I like
concise, and you can understand what she's saying.
Yeah, I like her a lot. She's much better than the first guy.
And what does this line of questioning have to do with the death of her husband? It proves that it couldn't only be an insulin poisoning that could give the symptoms he was having.
Yeah, it could have been something.
Associated laboratory testing related to insulin, C-peptide, proinsulin levels, or any other medications like oral anti-glycemic agents, which are what you take to lower blood sugars, done in the hospital.
So those various tests that you're talking about, tests for insulin, tests for C-peptides, anabolic steroids, those all could have been done prior to Michael Cochran's death, correct?
Yes.
But they weren't done, right?
Per the medical records, they were not done.
And according to hospital records, etc., one of the reasons those tests weren't done was because when Michael Cochran was admitted to the hospital or hospitals, there was no suspicion of insulin being introduced into his body. And I'm talking about what they call exogenous insulin, insulin that's not produced by the body. Would that be a correct statement?
Yes, I saw no notation or differential diagnosis listed that, oh, sorry. I did not see any notation or differential diagnosis listed within the medical records for that diagnosis, like exogenous insulin having a role in his hypoglycemia.
Okay. Is there any explanation for Mr. Cochran's urine screen, which was positive for benzodiazepines?
So this was a perplexing result to me. I think there was some confusion. Dr. Uribe said that, and there was midazolam detected in the postmortem toxicology. Midazolam is a benzodiazepine that can be used as a sedative or anesthetic, but that was given later in the hospital, and the urine screening was done very close to his admission to the hospital. It was done at 21:05, which is 9:05 p.m. The day of February 6th. And so he had not been given, there's no records within the nursing records or the doctor's orders that he was given any such medication in this class.
The kids left, but maybe a mother or something could have been the one crying.
Yet. So that means in the urine drug screen, there's an unexplained benzodiazepine positivity. Now, that just means I don't know what it is. I don't know where it came from, but it's a suggestion that he's on this something, at least one, if not more, benzodiazepine medications. And that's from the urine testing.
Okay. Let's go down to paragraph 4 on that same page.
Yes.
In that paragraph, you discuss the second autopsy, which was done by Dr. Uribe 4 years after Michael Cochran's death.
Yes.
What's the significance of an autopsy being done 4 years after death?
Well, I think in this, speaking specifically with this case, unfortunately, again, the embalming is not perfect, as we saw 7 months. So although there's no photograph.
No, she said she didn't see anything in the medical record that could explain why he had benzos in his urine screening.
There was a description written by Dr. Uribe that the body was nearly skeletonized.
It's one of those things that really, when I do jury duty and we have to look at the pictures. I had one case 2 weeks ago with a guy getting killed by someone hit him. He fell asleep behind the wheel and hit him, and it was caught on a camera in the car, and you never really know how you're going to react to it, because I'm not a big fan of slasher movies or horror movies and stuff like that. I've seen some stuff, man. And that was actually quite nothing, because we just saw him get slammed across the front screen. No blood or anything. And then I had the only murder case I've ever done. She was so severely beaten that you couldn't recognize her face. It was just so big, so swollen, so horrible. And for me, it was just, I don't know, maybe because it was just a big orange ball, it really wasn't real. But my co-layman, you could hear her visibly sobbing. But one of the things I remember, and I think about a lot right now, because we had someone saying something really stupid about Grape the other day, is we have to sit and look at victims when they talk. And Grape victims, that's some of the stories I've heard. Oh my God, you really want to puke or something.
Some residual tissue, but mainly bones. And so obviously that decomposition has continued. Mr.
7 months after.
Cochran's body was, buried again and then had to be re-exhumed. So again, his body's undergoing decomposition to
No, this isn't the lady that I had a murder case with. No.
almost no tissues remaining. And the ones that he had described that were there with the body were all very disintegrated in a medical bag and a plastic bag. So you can't really make any further conclusions from them. They're not intact anymore to make anything meaningful.
Because of the advanced state of decomposition, which has continued, does it make it harder to reach a conclusion in an autopsy?
So we have 2 autopsies here with 2 varying stages of decomposition, one obviously far more advanced than the other. But anytime we have decomposition, you really are working with not as perfect a body
Was it
as it
more
had
than
been when he
twice,
first died.
Baker?
Sorry?
Just said, wait, they dug him up twice. I thought it was more than twice.
No, twice.
Oh, okay. I thought it was 3.
They asked if it would help to pick him up a 3rd time. And they said, nah, he's even more.
So they were
decomposed.
planning on digging him up a 3rd time.
Well,
Yeah.
I think that's what, but it was hard to hear with the guy earlier today that if it had changed anything, if they had dug him up a 3rd time, I
Oh.
think he meant if you had a look at the deceased, the deceased body.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So obviously, when I get asked the question, when do I need to autopsy my loved one? Usually I say within a week to really get meaningful results.
Yes,
And as
okay.
time goes on, even with embalming, as you've seen, there's decomposition because the way our tissues react, they're just going to start disintegrating. They're not healthy living tissues anymore because the person's not living. And so you're automatically handicapped to make some diagnoses. It's still very worthwhile doing a decomposition or decomposed autopsy. You want to make sure there's no trauma, there's no big, you can see some diagnoses, even natural diagnoses, you can see trauma, even some toxicology can be done, but it's still a hindrance due to the decomposition being there. And actually, in decomposition autopsies, there's an extensive explanation that I, sort of qualify the description of the organs, as well as the toxicology lab has to be, notified that, hey, this is not an ideal specimen. This is a decomposed specimen. And sometimes you even can't send as good a specimen to do the testing because it's not available anymore.
Now, if you can answer this question, fine. If you can't, that's fine too. In general, if an autopsy is done 7 months after death, and an autopsy is done 4 years after death, would the results in the first autopsy be more easily quantified or valid, let's say, than the second autopsy?
I think that's a very broad question.
Okay.
I can speak that, again, it's still worth examining a body at any time. I really look at it when, even with decomposition present, you want to make sure there's no identifiable trauma. So even some, in skeletonized remains, I've done many of those. You look at the bones to make sure there's no fractures, tool marks, gunshot wounds, anything like that. Do the bones tell you about the patient? Sometimes you can have surgery remnants, right? You can have hardware, you can have skull fractures, whatever it may be. We x-ray them, we look at them. That can be very meaningful. You can do DNA on bone, etc. But as the organs and soft tissues decompose, more information is leaving, right? So as time goes on, less and less information is available to make, I guess, like toxicologic analyses, even looking under the microscope, even at 7 months. You can see with moderate decomposition, it's not a worthwhile exercise.
I believe that Dr. Kubicek took some tissue samples, or was it Dr. Uribe, for toxicology analysis? Do you remember?
Yes, so Dr. Kubicek did. Yes. So there was at least clotted blood and maybe some tissue samples that he sent. I don't have the report in front of me, but I know that was the analysis that resulted in the midazolam, that one therapeutic, meaning medically given, prescribed medicine in his blood detected.
But generally speaking, those slides were pretty much useless. And I believe Dr. Uribe said he couldn't make any definitive findings as to those slides. Is that correct?
Sorry, just to clarify, I was speaking about the toxicology.
Okay. I'm talking about the slides.
I see. Maybe I misspoke or misunderstood.
They exhumed the body again because they did try and bring the case to trial earlier, but it was struck down. Then they got Dr. Uribe on board, and then they exhumed the body to look at it again. And then he said, oh, well, it's too decomposed to do anything, so I'll just look at what Dr. Crikey or whatever her name was did. And in the end, he said, well, it can only be insulin poisoning because of 2 dips in his blood sugar. And that was his entire, so kind of wasted to disturb the body one more time.
Excuse me. When you talk about slides are where we look under the microscope. So the way it works is you have to have a light and you have to have the glass slide that has a very thin, even thinner than paper layer of tissue on there. So that tissue means it's a section cut from the organ you want to look at. So heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, whatever it may be. And it's specially prepared in a lab, and it has at baseline usually pinks and purples to help me with my trained eye, or my colleagues like Dr. Kubicek or Dr. Uribe look under the microscope and make an interpretation. But that also, again, depends on the integrity of the tissues. So as the tissues fall apart, the detail under the microscope is no longer available. So I don't recall exactly what Dr. Kubicek's conclusions were if he took slides, but I know Dr. Uribe basically didn't submit them because no meaningful diagnosis could be made. The tissue was in such unrecognizable, decomposed state that it's not worth anybody's time, effort, or money to do it.
Analytic purposes, those tissue slides were pretty much useless. Is that correct?
I'm not even sure he made slides. I thought he just retained them in little plastic containers in case he needed to, but I don't think he even made the slides. His comment was that it was something like no meaningful diagnoses could be made from them.
Pretty much useless, right?
Yes.
At paragraph 5 of your report, you discuss the documenting of Mr. Cochran's pseudoephedrine prescription, and then you discuss benzodiazepines, which were positive in his urine. How are these 2 substances related, and what's the significance of them?
Okay, so there are 2 medications that are controlled, meaning they have medical uses, but they're also regulated because they can be abused. So that's why each state usually has a prescription drug monitoring program. And as a part of the investigation and medical records, I received the printout for Mr. Cochran. That printout has a log that he was on pseudoephedrine for many months. However, benzodiazepine is a controlled substance, meaning like it's a medication, has plenty of medical uses, but also has.
Jamie, what's the pseudoephedrine? Is that the medical word for the good speed drugs?
Somebody probably in chat will know faster than me. I have to look up in the system.
Jamie, I hired you
I don't
because
know a lot of this stuff
you are a
offhand. I don't.
registered nurse.
I am not. Why are you telling everybody that?
Well, someone I've gone on the horn with Marissa. She's a professional headhunter, and I said I need a nurse practitioner or a certified nurse to help with me with all medical. And she said, "Yeah, I got this chick out in Wisconsin."
Yeah, I didn't even hear what she said. What's it called? Did you guys say pseudoephedrine?
Pseudo
yeah.
ephedrine. Yeah, that's what was in Thermopower back in the day. It's speed.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
good.
it's just a decongestant.
Yeah, but it's speed.
It's not speed. I take it sometimes.
Speed?
No, pseudoephedrine.
Oh, it can be used to make meth.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because I don't know how they do it now, but you can buy it. It used to be like they you had to buy it over the counter.
Some people get speedy from what was the stuff that was in Thermopower? The good old lose weight drugs we could get over the counter back in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's ephedrine.
Ephedrine? Yeah. You're talking about ephedrine? Like the back in the day?
Yeah, if that's the one that speed you up.
Yeah, that's the one that just everybody took. You're having like heart attacks.
You lost weight, so you can live with a heart attack.
Oh, yeah.
Potential for abuse, and there was no tracked benzodiazepine on anywhere. Actually, I didn't have it in his list of medications at home, and I did not have it on the state prescription drug monitoring program.
That's what it is, Lolita. They like track it.
I'm sorry, just to conclude
From your discussion and report,
No ephedrine.
could Mr. Cochran, prior to death, have
We can't buy like aspirin and stuff like that. We can't buy more than 10 a day or 20 a day. And it's the same with ibuprofen. Then I'll have to go, if you want like 100, go to your doctor and ask for a prescription. That's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Basic aspirin, it'll chew your liver, but no, your kidney, but well, you can OD on them. Yeah, but there's you will puke before you pass away.
overdosed on benzodiazepines?
So yes, that's where I was leading, that, a urine toxicology, when someone shows up at a hospital with altered mental state, meaning they're not talkative, they're confused, or they're not responding. That's why it aids doctors and clinicians that maybe we can find out what's in him because he can't tell us, and maybe that'll help us undo the effects of it, and if it'll allow him to wake up. Does that make sense? And so that is one. Overdose is a possibility. I have no idea which benzodiazepine this is. I don't know how much it is. It could be one, it could be more than one. I have no idea. I just know that was a very strange result, given that he's not prescribed this at home. And then again, it's a drug of abuse, meaning if you're not prescribed it and you're using it, that is misuse of a prescribed medicine, or unprescribed medicine for that matter. I know you can get it off the internet. I've had other cases related to benzodiazepine overdose that could be illicit, if you will. So I think that's a strong differential, given.
Let me interrupt you right here and clarify. Did you state in your report that benzodiazepine overdose is a common cause of death alone?
She was prescribed Xanax the day before. That's a benzo.
Or in combination with other substances?
Yes, at least where I've practiced, benzodiazepines are often misused, abused, if you will, and if taken in excess can cause overdose, as I said, alone, or it's often used with many other substances that may or may not show up on a urine drug screen.
Okay. Did Mr. Cochran, prior to death and according to the medical records, exhibit any symptoms of benzodiazepine overdose?
I mean, any overdose, the way it affects your body in a benzodiazepine.
I'm asking specifically, Mr. Cochran,
Mhm.
in your review of the medical records,
Yes.
did he exhibit symptoms of benzodiazepine overdose? And what?
I don't know enough about that, and apparently I'm paying for a registered nurse who doesn't have the degree. I'm going to double your pay if you take that degree, Jamie.
I'm not going back to school. No, thank you.
Oh.
Symptoms are indicative or indicate possibly
Sure.
benzodiazepine overdose?
Sure. So they're non-specific, but respiratory arrest where he stops breathing. He can aspirate gastric contents into his lungs, like meaning vomit will come up and he'll breathe it in. Confusion, collapse, all of that is possible as the excess medication use and abuse causing overdose.
Can it cause seizures?
Not usually.
Okay.
I think, just to clarify, I think if he's in a prolonged state due to an overdose where his brain is deficient of oxygen, that could have seizure-like activity because the brain is injured. But the medication in and of itself does not cause seizures. It can sometimes be given for seizures.
Is hypoglycemia related to benzodiazepine overdose?
I think it could be. I don't know that it's directly related, but I think once the body starts getting in dysfunction and disarray, you can see hypoglycemia.
Okay. So it might have been a possible cause of Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia. Is that possible?
Benzodiazepine overdoses in the differential.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Let's take our afternoon break right now. Members of the jury will.
Well, more interesting afternoon. The first one who treated her didn't really, with this Xanax in his blood, actually, I think there's more reason to believe she might have done something if he's allergic to benzos, and then it shows up in his blood, and she was prescribed Xanax the day before. But also, still, because they have been leaning so hard on all the roids, and the only roids, she got some inhalant roids, but I want to know what love is. I want you to show. But I really want to. I need that roid story, other than just as circumstantial. So yeah, she is a dead doctor person.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of guessing going on, but it's because it's a circumstantial case, so both sides are guessing a whole lot.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
I thought it was the White Claw
What?
that Bev mixes with.
Oh.
Yeah, but I was more thinking about because why did the benzo show up in the blood when there was no medical reason why he should have benzo in the blood? So that could be the Xanax, but if he's feeling really bad, crashing, and he maybe told her, I know I don't handle benzos as well, but can I have your Xanax? I feel really bad. I need to sleep. I don't know. I I have had shots of morphine, even though I don't feel well when I'm on morphine. I get really sick, but because it was the only thing that could relax my musculature, so I could move again. I had shots of morphine, even though I know it wouldn't be good for me. I would feel like, well, my back would feel better, but my body will just feel like I always felt like I had a flu instantly. As soon as they poked me with it, I felt like I had the worst flu in the world. So it's a great way not to get hooked on stuff like that, because I felt like I had withdrawals while I was on it.
But if you're allergic to it, why was he taking it?
I'm allergic to morphine, but that's still the best thing the doctor could give me. And I'm not highly allergic. I wouldn't break out. I'll just get sick. I just felt like I had the flu. I didn't vomit. I didn't break out. I didn't do anything. I just feel really, really sick when I'm on morphine. And so if it's the only medication they have, I'll take it. And because I'll just go home, be in bed for 2 days, and then I'll be fine. But all my muscles have relaxed again, so I can start moving. So again, it's kind of like Hannah Montana. It's the best of both worlds. Come shake it up, do the boop it up.
Boop it a bop.
I can't remember that song.
I don't remember the song either.
Yeah, and again, if you're sitting in the jury box and looking for how could she punch him, well, maybe she got the Xanax in him and then did it. So
A lot of people just take that, like, pop it like candy sometimes. So I don't know.
So did they testify they didn't intube him? Because that would explain it very simply, especially if they didn't know in that moment he had a benzo allergy. They must have had him intube because he died of his
Brain swelling.
pulmonary system shutting down. So if he's in a coma, he's probably been intubated. Could be that he took it because, again, if he's been, and I really want to know about if it's real that there is a drug use of performance enhancing drugs. The size of the heart could suggest it, because that's one of the things that kills a lot of bodybuilders, is because their heart will grow. It's a muscle like any other muscle. So when you give it growth hormone, it'll go up. But if he had an enlarged heart and he was sick, we know he had that black mold episode. He did have some illness. He did have some history of seizures because he was on seizure medication.
Yeah.
And
Which is a
if
big
he had
deal.
an undiagnosed enlarged heart, I had a buddy of mine who got diagnosed with an enlarged heart when he was. We were back when we started in Baker College, and he's been like 16, 17 years old back then, and he can't do any hard sports anymore because that heart will kill him. So I don't know.
And how do we know for sure that it wasn't something he was given to at the hospital that they accidentally gave him? Because that happens more than people think.
Yeah, they forgot to chart it off.
Yeah, it happens all the time. I mean, I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there because there's just so much question.
Yeah, Scott, that's exactly how I feel. It feels like I'm going to throw up the entire time, but I never do. No evidence provided of that other than he was allergic. So they must have found out at some point. But again, a lot of people are really, really allergic to methamphetamine and crack cocaine, and it doesn't stop them. He must have been, because he was in a coma for 5 days. So he must have been intubated in some way. No, and that's my big problem. I'm fat, and underneath my fat, I have okay muscle. So I put a lot of strain on my body.
Yeah.
Yes. Xanax is an anti-seizure. Well, we haven't heard he was prescribed Xanax. But again, maybe he could, if he knew it was an anti-seizure med, he could take it. I don't know. But he didn't want to take his seizure medication, so that would be counterintuitive. So, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, well, he would, I mean, it would be on his prescription list if he was prescribed it, because it's not something you can just.
I don't feel the state have proven it. Is she guilty? I don't know. I just don't feel the state have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she, on the day of February 6, 2019, injected a massive dose of insulin into her husband, and he didn't wake up again. I don't feel they have proven it.
Yeah.
But they told us from the beginning it's circumstantial. That's why we can all see it differently.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think hospitals are always correct in the things that they do, so you just never know.
I'm not a big Master P fan. We need more drug education. We haven't gotten any. That's the thing I don't get when all these people say, yeah, man, I didn't know I would get in so deep. Ah, shut up. I lived through all the scares from the devil's letters till speed, till to crack, to live through all of it. And we've been taught all about it. I had a buddy of mine who was on the needle when he was in 9th grade. He graduated to doing using needles, and we all knew that it's. But people will do it anyway because I will be the one who can beat it. I just take it for the smell. I really like the smell of it. That's yeah. Yeah. No, it's not an unpopular opinion. We are just shooting the breeze in here. We are the ultimate jury deliberation room because we can do it all the time while it goes on. And some people are very convinced she did it. Some people are saying, well, she has all this shenanigans with the money. And then some people are saying, well, they have all the shenanigans with the money. And then have the state proven in any of it? We are all over the place, all of us. I should do a poll. I haven't done a poll in a long time, Jamie.
You haven't. You have not.
Not since my guest spot at the Mouse here.
Yeah, your opinion, definitely not your. I love that name.
I like
it's not unpopular because it's kind of our opinion too.
Yeah, 80% believe she was not guilty the other day. So I don't know if you've been in another chat where they see stuff a little different. I know some chats are very, very against where we are standing, but that's the beauty. You don't have to agree because we all see the evidence with the eyes, and that's actually why we are called laymen in Denmark, because we are people without an education in watching it. So we should use our common sense to evaluate what we're shown. No. Especially if they're going for murder 1, murder 2, maybe manslaughter, maybe. But yeah. Yeah, but they just ruin your life. No. If you would vote guilty right now, I should. It's been a long time since I did a poll, so I'm not. Brandon is. She clearly did it, but they didn't prove it per se. He's using big words today. He had a good weekend, got some sleep, and now he's using words like per se. He wasn't at my night stream last night, so that's probably why he turned out, because he's a big Mahomes fan, and he was sitting there saying, the judges didn't help them win. Come on now. The state got me over here thinking the hospital did it. Well, he did have very low glucose levels when he entered the hospital. We know that.
But who's to say that whatever they did there made it worse? I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe that's why the
because
second.
didn't you say? Yeah, because there's like a second dosing or something that they happened.
Well, that's what Dr. Kriegler said, and then the other one, Dr. Uribe, said that's normal. You'll go down, and then you'll go up, and then you'll go down again. But it was just because he believed the number 44, where Dr. Krieger said it couldn't be that must have been an anomaly.
Anonymity. Oh no! Now you got me.
Anomaly.
Oh.
Exactly. Mahomes is the new Tom Brady, never cheating.
Stop it.
Well, we have one nurse practitioner and one police officer, a state trooper who's man and wife, so they are in bed together, hopefully, sometimes. Yeah, and him living 5 days after, it's also, she's not really good at it. Yeah, that's, especially with the first witness, that was craviola.
All right, are there any
Eagles.
matters we need to discuss out of the presence of the jury?
Not from the state, I think. Not from the defense.
He always comes
Very
busting
well,
out those
bring in the
doors.
jury, please. Deputy Fry.
Brady didn't sort of cheated. Come on now. Those balls were accidentally deflated. He didn't know that. Yeah, she could easily have had him cremated and didn't. I don't know if there was a living will or whatever it's called that says she couldn't do it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if that's ever really been a thing. People just usually people request it, that they want to be.
Did you know it's National Tater Tot Day? I don't know what a tater tot is.
Oh my gosh. Tater tots? The little round cylinder potatoes, fried potatoes.
The one where they're deep fried on the outside and it's mashed potatoes in the middle.
Well, it's potato. I don't know what you consider mashed potato. But yeah, deep fried.
Yeah, we call them croquettes.
Delicious.
Hey, Teresa Dierksmeyer. I hope you're enjoying your vacay. Yeah, they call me tater tot. That's the only thing. I don't know what a tater tot. I know Ron White is tater tot.
Yeah, a hash brown ball, pretty much. Yeah. Oh,
well,
ladies.
No, you'll get the gist of it. It's a French fry, roughly the same size and
All right,
shape.
we continue
No,
with the
thank you.
direct examination
read
of
stuff.
Dr. Banerjee. You may proceed, Mr. Selden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Picking up where we left off,
Well, Then you don't need to go
at
back.
the
We had a
top of
break
page
after.
4, the first complete paragraph.
I'll take a bio break.
Okay.
You state that although it is not studied well, hypoglycemia is a real and life-threatening condition that may occur in benzodiazepine poisoning. And you go on to say, thus, this is a real possibility for Michael Cochran's cause of death. If I am interpreting that correctly, what you're saying is benzodiazepine may cause hypoglycemia. Then the hypoglycemia may result in death. It's kind of a progression. Is that a correct interpretation?
Correct. I say that this unknown benzodiazepine at unknown levels, there's reports of benzodiazepines causing low blood sugar and could be critically low, as in his case, to then cause death. I don't know that to be a fact, but it's in the differential.
So benzodiazepine poisoning may cause hypoglycemia. Is that correct?
Yes, there was an article that I cited related to that matter.
Okay. I'd like to go to paragraph 6 on page 4.
Mhm.
You state that, quote, the focus on hypoglycemia as the sentinel, or most important, abnormality is surprising. What do you mean by that?
I get further into it in the discussion, but basically, when Mr. Cochran presented, not only was he not alert, not responding to commands, et cetera, when they tried to figure out what was wrong with him, there were multiple laboratory abnormalities. So they drew his blood, analyzed it, and there were a whole bunch of laboratory abnormalities, including the hypoglycemia, but also elevated white blood cell count. And then that had a part of it when they look at what's composing that white blood cell count called neutrophils, those are like the soldiers that fight infection. Those were high in number.
Let me stop you right there and ask a quick question. Elevated white blood cell count is more or less showing that there's some kind of infection in the body or some kind of toxins, because white blood cells fight infection. Is that correct?
Especially this component of white blood cells that now increase the number. They're like the first responders, the neutrophils. And it wasn't just the neutrophils were high, but there's another enzyme called lactate that they tested that was also high that can be seen in sepsis. So it's sort of like painting the picture that, again, that differential, like what could be wrong with him. You then really worry maybe there's an undetected, untreated infection that's causing him to be in this state.
Okay, so, and if this infection was present, which the white blood cells elevated count would indicate, was there any explanation for what this infection is, how it may have occurred, anything about the infection itself?
No. So the clinicians in the ER did say suspected infection, but they did not say what the suspected source was. They just gave him IV antibiotics. And I don't remember which antibiotic, my apologies. But nonetheless, they are also concerned that he was sick from an infection. So it's better to just give him antibiotics and we'll try to stay.
Yeah.
some mysterious infection in Michael Cochran's body, could that be a possible cause of Michael Cochran's death, either alone or in combination with other things?
Definitely. So if a infection becomes overwhelming and into the blood and really taking over the body, it can be serious enough to cause death.
You talk about there being no suspicion for insulin overdose or self-administration as the cause of Michael Cochran's seizures and coma. I want to make a point here. You listen.
Hey, Gossip Queen Raiders. Welcome, welcome, Gossip Queeners. And my internet just dipped. I don't know why.
To some of the testimony.
And for those who wasn't here Saturday, it's alternate juror who is the Gossip Queen.
Did you hear any of the testimony that said Michael Cochran did routinely inject himself with insulin? Did you hear any of that?
I think there was some suggestion. I don't remember who said it.
Okay.
It wasn't in the records that I reviewed and made this report based on.
Okay. So given that testimony, an overdose by self-administration is a possibility, right?
Always got gossip.
After that testimony was given, it's in the differential diagnosis.
Okay.
He's breathing harder than Auntie Bev.
Moving on down the page. Would you discuss the broad list that you go through of potential causes of hypoglycemia other than an insulin injection?
Sure, this is a very long list. So I think I've used the word differential diagnosis a few times, and it's what we're taught in medical school and then into practice. You consider all the possibilities, some may be more likely than others, but you do testing to sort of tease that apart. Does that make sense? I sort of work broad and then narrow down. And so when you think about hypoglycemia in a living individual or even post-mortem, you have to think what's contributing to this. And so this is a very long list. Do you want me to go through it item by item?
No, just
Okay, we'll read the broad diagnoses and then go
No, the suspected insulin use is for bodybuilding.
from there. So medication induced, that should probably be, whether it be prescribed or not. Alcohol falls into there, some antibiotics.
okay. Let me stop you here. Now you're listing other possible causes of Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia. Is that what you're doing?
I'm listing what's called the differential diagnosis, whether it's applicable to him or I think this is organized medical way of approaching this laboratory abnormality, and it applies to him. Was this a possibility in him? It's how you have to think. And then if you go so myopic and pinpoint, you might miss something important. So it's always broad to narrow.
Okay, so these are possible causes, not necessarily in Mr. Cochran.
This
But
is medical,
possible.
right?
Okay,
All sorts of causes. So
Okay.
medication related, which alcohol or other unexplained medications may be there. Endocrine, so endocrine is like what Dr. Krieger practices. That's working of glands and hormones in the body. There can be various abnormalities. Pancreatic tumors, that's why I was saying that sometimes we really look at the pancreas to try to see if there's a a identifiable tumor. Sometimes they're so small that you really need like an MRI or like a radiology to pinpoint them, but they can be so subtle but still cause medical problems. And then there's other sort of broader issues such as liver disease, in certain cases, malnutrition, starvation, critical illness, so like sepsis, which is that overwhelming infection in the body. You can have certain surgeries, like your immune system can attack insulin in and of itself, even though you have a working pancreas, genetic disorders, sometimes eating disorders like over-exercising, not eating enough, that can
Okay.
really throw your body.
Let me interrupt you there for just a moment, okay?
Yes.
You say that other causes include liver disease. Were you aware in the medical records that at some point it was revealed that Michael Cochran, prior to death, had some problems with his liver enzymes?
I'm aware that they're elevated. Usually when I talk about liver disease being a cause of hypoglycemia, it's not just any liver disease, it's severe liver disease.
Okay, but that could be an indicator of liver disease causing hypoglycemia, possibly.
Quite possibly, I'm not clear on the extent of his liver disease.
Okay. You list severe malnutrition or starvation. Were you aware that at certain times, Michael Cochran didn't feed himself adequately, trying to cut his weight for bodybuilding?
I'll take that at face value. I don't know his personal history.
I don't think it was for bodybuilding. I think it's for
You
like.
say critical illness,
Other
sepsis.
stuff.
Sepsis is infection, right?
Correct.
You say immune hypoglycemia. What is that?
It's a rare cause. It's anti-insulin antibodies. So anything autoimmune means your body's reacting to itself.
Okay.
And in this case, it would be a very rare circumstance that your body's attacking its own insulin and then getting rid of it so that your body thinks you don't have it.
And again, these are possible causes
Right.
of hypoglycemia.
Right.
Okay. On down, you talk about non-pancreatic tumors. We've talked about pancreatic tumors already, right?
Correct.
And these are other tumors in the body.
Yes, and I'm no expert in this field, but my understanding is so different tumors can do whatever they want. And there's something called paraneoplastic syndrome. So these tumors that are already abnormal, they're doing their own thing, can start making chemicals that in the body that act like insulin or could be, even make insulin potentially, but your body's getting those signals, even though it's not from a normal pancreas, if that makes sense.
Okay. Now, just to fill in a little bit of information, insulin promotes blood glucose or blood sugar, right? Most often,
Don't promote it.
especially in diabetics.
Don't it lower it?
Yes, you need insulin.
You list skipping meals. Is that a real possibility in a bodybuilder who's trying to cut weight?
I'm not really clear on that. I mean, skipping meals potentially, I think it could be. It probably depends on how severe it is. And it's not something I'm an expert in quantifying. I think it can be a slippery slope to get into a malnourished state that
Okay.
could affect electrolytes or, glucose levels.
You say increased exercise without sufficient nutrition. If Michael Cochran was exercising furiously and he wasn't feeding himself properly or sufficient, that could be a cause of his hypoglycemia. Would that be a correct inference?
I think it's in the list of possibilities.
Okay. Let's go down to paragraph 7. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes.
He is so slow.
I know. Could he talk any slower? Like, she's really good. I like her. But
Yeah,
he
but
is
he's just too slow, and,
Mandarin.
and and it breaks up her flow.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because he has his hearing aids.
Your Honor, I collected what was previously marked defendant's exhibit number 10. I'd like to show that to the witness.
All right.
So maybe he has to think about what she's saying.
Hmm.
Dr. Banerjee, this is an exhibit that was previously introduced. You created this table that's reflected in defendant's exhibit number 10. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also have that in your report, page 6. I'm going to put both of them on the viewer if I can,
Okay.
or
Okay.
just your chart on page 6. Okay?
Don't you blame me, Brandon.
This is your unaltered table. This is the one that the jury has seen previously,
I see. Okay.
except for my handwritten notations as to a conversion of military time to regular time and my circling of certain entries. They're pretty much the same thing. Would that be
Yes. Yes.
correct? Okay.
I think they're identical. You just highlighted some stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, with time conversion,
All right.
but the date is not altered.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. I think I'm going to use your chart, which is unaltered. Okay.
Sounds good.
I'm handing this back to the clerk. Now, Dr. Banerjee, at paragraph 7 of your report
I want the penguin back.
that you're
I miss
looking
him.
at, you discuss Mr. Cochran's hypoglycemia when he reached the hospital and a timeline of his sugar levels at pages 5 and 6 of your report. And we have page 6 shown.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you
Welcome,
created
Brandon. We'll
this
switch his
chart,
name
did you
over
not?
just to see how
and it
mean
was
he
based
is.
on information that you got from the medical records. Is that correct?
Correct. So the date and
Chrissy.
time plus the glucose.
I'm going to get into that.
Okay. So,
I'm going to ask you questions about that.
okay.
I want you to look at the headings at the top of the chart. And I'm talking specifically about right here. Okay?
Okay.
The first asterisk notation at the top is that the alleged event is approximately 12 p.m. on February 6th of 2019.
Jeez,
I want to
MG.
clarify that. Because there's no information reported as to an exact time that Mr. Cochran was allegedly injected with exogenous Lispro insulin, you chose 12 noon on February 6th, 2019, correct?
Yes. Based on my review of the investigative information and the medical records, it appeared that that was basically, again, it's approximate. So
Okay.
I'm not saying it's noon, but it's around then that they were saying the event or his
So
problem started.
it's kind of a guess from you, from all these records, because we don't have any exact time, correct?
Correct. There's no exact time, but if I assume, I made that assumption And that's why I asterisked it, that to make a meaningful calculation, I just chose, when they say noon, I chose the number evenly, 12:00, as a time to calculate, as a starting time point.
And that information is essentially gathered from when it.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
You know what we do?
Yes.
When did you first meet Maureen?
This is in the summer of 14.
And where did you meet her?
I'm not crying, you're crying.
Aw.
Forgot the last one was my like and subscribe, please.
It's alleged Michael Cochran passed out, and when he got to the hospital and the series of events after that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. The second heading right here, and you can't see it very well, but it says hypoglycemia is sugar less than 70 milligrams per deciliter in a person without diabetes. Correct?
Correct. That was the medical definition of hypoglycemia, as I understand it.
Okay. And you remember Dr. Krieger's testimony. She kind of went back and forth. She estimated, but she said at your first timeline, February 6th of 2019 and you've got 2020, which is 8:20 p.m., right?
Correct, on the 6th.
She said, in reference to these questions, that a reading of 21 blood glucose was certainly hypoglycemia or indicated hypoglycemia, right?
I don't recall exactly, but I would agree with that statement.
Okay. But you chose 70 milligrams, and you say that's based on your research and the literature you reviewed. Is that correct?
Sure. So hypoglycemia is a range, or a critical level, if you will, a critical blood
How long this woman been hiding bin Laden in her jowls? Come on now, Brandon. She's a cutie.
sugar. And my understanding and research is that anything below 70 is abnormal, and the lower you get, the more abnormal it is.
The first column is date and time, right?
Yes.
The second column is the reported blood glucose levels in Michael Cochran's body, or allegedly, right?
Yes.
Third column is the hours since the alleged event, and you're picking 12 noon as the alleged event when you believe he may or may not have been introduced with exogenous insulin.
So, right. So let me just clarify. The blood glucose wasn't an allegation. These are laboratory values I've extracted from the medical record. So they're the exact numbers. And again, I had to define a starting point as an assumption, and then those hours are how long after we're looking at those, at that timestamp, if you will, the resulted blood glucose.
Dr. Halsey today testified that he thought the activity of Lispro insulin, or how long it's working in the body, was 4 to 6 hours. Did your research in the literature indicate the same thing?
Yes. So my main source was the manufacturer's insert that has all the sort of description, dosing, and what's called pharmacodynamics, how it works in the body. So it goes through what the activity of this is, because I'm not diabetic.
Okay.
No one, so I had to educate myself.
And I just want to clarify that statement.
Right.
You're talking about if Lilly Pharmaceutical is the manufacturer of this type of insulin.
Yep.
They put a information sheet or sheets in with the Humalog insulin, and they have all of this data in that information, correct?
Correct. I'm familiar with insulin, but I had to refresh my mind with the details of this short-acting insulin. And so what Dr. Halsey said was supported with that literature. It's 4 to 6 hours of, the longest it'll act in the body is 4 to 6 hours.
Okay, and another point of information I have to make clear to the jury. Is it your estimation that once Humalog Lispro insulin is introduced into the body, although it's fast acting, it still takes time to work, approximately 15 minutes. Is that correct?
Correct. So this is deemed a fast-acting insulin that starts to work about 10 to 15 minutes after injection.
Okay. The first reading has a blood glucose level of 21. Where did that information come from? If you recall.
Yep. It's within the first pages of his medical records when he presented.
Okay. Now, the significance of that is the hours after insulin was allegedly introduced to Mr. Cochran's body. This is 8 hours and 20 minutes afterwards, right?
Yes, approximately.
Can Humalog Lispro insulin possibly be working in the body 8 hours and 20 minutes later?
I can only
From your research
Right.
and your literature.
exactly the way I was that it's been described, and I read about the maximum window of action is up to 6 hours. So we're beyond that time in this chart.
And you have listed in the last column, was Lispro active in his body? You state no at that first entry, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm not going to go through all of these listings because the jury's seen it before.
Okay.
Would you describe for me the important blood glucose readings which you have marked in bold?
Sure. It's just for ease of reading and pointing out the events which were hypoglycemia as defined by blood sugar less than 70. There were a total of 4 events during his hospitalization, the first occurring at presentation, and then subsequently on February 7th, there were 3 events throughout the day, or throughout the morning, from a little after midnight all the way through 10:30 in the morning. There were 3 other episodes of hypoglycemia.
Okay. I'm pointing to the first one, correct?
Correct. That's his presentation. Yes.
I'm pointing to the next one, which is right here.
Yes, the second bolded number.
The third one is right here.
Correct.
And the last bold one is right here.
Yes, the bold doesn't necessarily come through as clearly on the
Yeah,
projection.
that's why I'm trying to point them out.
Got it. Okay.
And as I can read that, that's 23 hours and 22 hours and 33 minutes after the suspected time he got injected.
Now, according to your chart, your research, all the information that you've gathered,
Well, the other doctor said that there should be a dip, spike, dip, but seeing this as a dip, spike, dip, spike, dip.
if Michael Cochran was allegedly injected
I have a 27-inch screen, and it's always a little more clear on my end.
with Lispro Humalog insulin, and its activity is 4 to 6 hours, can you affirmatively state that these listings definitively show Michael Cochran could not have been injected with Humalog Lispro insulin to cause these blood glucose readings.
Correct, that this far out, starting 8+ hours out, and based on the nature of Lispro, these are not resulting from that administration.
There was testimony that the volume or amount of Humalog Lispro insulin introduced in the body changed the duration of activity. Is that what you discovered?
Well, I think that's a complicated question. You can't really inject anybody safely with a volume to test it. What Lilly has said, they don't specify dosages, okay? They just say that upon administration to the body, this is the peak time, like it starts working at 10.
She's a forensic pathologist. That's why she said she had to study up on blood glucose.
To 15 minutes, it peaks at 1 hour, and then when it fades off, it still has activity up to 6 hours. That's all I can use as a reference.
Okay. Now, if Michael...
But the endocrinologist didn't talk about that. She only said that 44 must have been a wrong reading. And it's the same 44 that Dr. Uribe used to claim that that drop showed insulin use.
Cochran were injected with another dose at a later time from 12 noon on February 6th.
Okay.
That would actually confirm your listings. In other words, it would put the timeline farther out and the blood glucose levels could not be affected by a second injection later on. It would, because your first reading is 8 hours and 20 minutes after injection. If someone injects later, it pushes everything back, right?
Correct. This chart is based solely on the assumptions of a single administration around noon. Okay, I was not aware or did not calculate anything based on any other times.
And I think you may have answered this, but I'm going to ask again. Does the volume of insulin introduced affect the duration of the activity in the body? Is its duration still 4 to 6 hours? If you don't.
I don't know.
Okay.
Can I just clarify that answer?
Sure.
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
mean, I'm basing my information completely based on the manufacturers and published literature. Everywhere that I've read about Lispro, Lispro insulin, that's the time range that's given. It's never differed. It's really reliable. We have a lot of diabetic patients that use it, and it's given basically around meal times too. When you eat, you've got to have a response that diabetics don't have. And so it's well timed out to help them respond to the carb load, the glucose load from meals. So everywhere I've read.
I think they said that was a fingerprint, but there's a 68 later, which would also be hyperglycemic, and there was, I think, a 56 also later, which would also be hyperglycemic, but they kind of skirted over that.
It's 10 to 15 minutes after injection, peaks at 1 hour, lasts anywhere from 4 to 6 hours. And I was not provided anything in the literature or the insert to say otherwise.
So the literature and your research, et cetera, doesn't address the volume question and the duration of activity. Is that right? There's no literature or information about that, as far as you know.
I mean, volume is dependent on the dose you need, the units. which is calculated based on a carbohydrate load. And this is going beyond my expertise because I'm not an endocrinologist.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I
We've
don't know
got-
anything further about Lispro than what I stated.
Fair enough. In a kind of summary and conclusion, all of this discussion that you presented here today in your report, does it indicate, as Dr. Kubitschek stated, that the manner and cause of death are undetermined, and his conclusions and findings say that? He doesn't specifically say any actual manner and cause of death. He says they're undetermined. Do you agree with that finding?
Sure.
Based on all of this testimony in your report?
Yes, my report has detailed my thoughts, and as I've spoken to you today, various factors, regardless of what we think might or might not have happened, the body was decomposed, and both examinations, postmortem examinations, did not help narrow all the possibilities. And so given that, a cause of death is undetermined in my opinion, as well as the manner of death. So causes, why did he die? I cannot tell. And once I can't tell that, although there are various reports of circumstances around his death, I cannot be sure to pigeonhole it further. And so it needs to stay undetermined. So that's how I would certify this death.
Would you agree that any other finding, including Dr. Uribe's conclusion of homicide due to exogenous insulin administration, is unsupported and unsubstantiated by all of your research and testimony?
Yes.
Are your opinions in your report and what you've testified to here today to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
And your conclusions, testimony, report, they are in your work as a medico-legal expert and consistent with the standards of your profession?
Yes.
And I believe I've already moved for the admission of Dr. Banerjee's report. If not, I'll do so now.
It's 12.
12. It's been entered.
I have the official copy.
Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Okay.
Doctor, you'd agree with me that to make an accurate report and render appropriate opinions, you'd need an accurate history. Isn't that true?
Sure.
Okay. How did you get into this case?
I don't actually remember. I think someone contacted me. I can't tell you. I don't remember who it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when they did contact you, what information were you provided? Just the medical reports that you list there?
There's always, I can just be general because I can't
ahead.
state accurately. So usually when an inquiry comes in for my help, there's some email exchange back and forth. And once I'm officially retained, there's basically saying that I'm going to work on the case that allows me access to the privileged information, such as medical records and investigation. Like no layperson can just ask for that. And so that's where that list of resources that I reviewed was provided to me.
Okay. The actual facts of the case, though, were other than medical records. Where did that come from?
I mean, there's scene photographs. There was potentially some history given to me. I don't recall.
Okay. You don't remember reading any police reports?
I was not given the police reports.
You don't remember reviewing any witness statements?
No, I was not given those.
So from what you said about emails, I gather that most of that kind of stuff came from the defense attorney. That,
Potentially, my understanding is that a police report was never turned over as discovery. I definitely don't have it in my list.
okay. You've listed and discussed with us your professional background,
Yes.
your work employee. You were the Rhode Island deputy or assistant medical examiner till 21,
Yes.
August 21. Why'd you leave there?
You want to know? My mom had a massive stroke.
Oh, okay.
So please,
I'm
Oh, you just thought you could get her on something?
Yeah.
Oh,
I-
you just made her look even more endearing.
She says, "You really want to know?"
Yeah. Oh, he was just about to spill the. Oh, so you couldn't hack it? So you
Yeah.
just went out to become a gun for hire? Sometimes you don't ask questions you don't know the answer to.
they're not your upset. Yeah.
No, don't do that. And you started your Anchor, I believe is the name of your company,
Yes.
in 16.
Yes.
But you're still a contract medical examiner for 2 jurisdictions, and then sometimes Vegas as well. Is that
Yep.
right? So Maine, New Hampshire.
It's very sporadic. So like, it's, so we are less than 500 medical examiners board certified in the country. So there's unfortunately many more needs than active bodies. So sometimes we're shared, you help out when you need, when they need, they'll call, but that's variable. I'm also looking to try to get closer to home. My family needs really require that.
Sure.
And that 3-year interval that you're speaking of is when I took care of my disabled mother at home. So I had a 6-year-old. And so the family needs really pulled me away from being on call 24/7. Usually.
Yeah, because you just humanized this doctor more than you should, because you need
Yeah,
to
'cause he
make
wanted
her. Because he's going to try and paint her as oh, you're just a gun for hire, and
Well, he's trying to ask about her like 3-month hiatus. Like, oh, what were you doing?
3
then?
years, 3 years
Or
hiatus.
3 years, sorry. And it's
Yeah.
like, oh, because my mom got sick.
Yeah.
Well,
And she still kept up, because I'm pretty sure to be, I don't know, board certified, you probably still have to do some kind of studying.
yeah, you just got to keep up on all your licenses and stuff all
Yeah.
the time.
Yeah, the 6-year-old was a surprise, but she has a face. She can be anywhere from 30 to 60.
That's very true.
Once every 2 to 3 weeks a month. So it gets very busy very quickly, including having to give my 3-month-old to my husband to go to a homicide scene.
And she has a
So
3-month-old
you can
as
imagine
well.
that that's not necessarily conducive to having, also during COVID. Yeah. So, it sort of became too much. And so I decided to step away for personal reasons.
You've indicated you don't know the number of autopsies, and you've done them for years. So
Yes,
that's
yes.
fair. But can you maybe, like, let's take 2024. Do you
Okay.
know the number you did that year?
I don't, because I was practicing in various areas, but I also do private autopsies. We didn't really get into my full structure of my business as it stands now. So I do this kind of work, which is called expert witness work. I do advise, I interpret autopsies. I do that for lawyers and families. Sometimes they just want to know why their loved one died, and they pay for my expertise. Secondly, I also run a private autopsy business. There's not enough, again, forensic pathologists. Just because you die doesn't mean you get an autopsy. And so autopsies, I would say medical autopsies, the ones that are not done.
No, his question wasn't wrong, but he needed to know the answer, because the good answer would have been, well, I was just burned out, and I really couldn't see dead people anymore. Instead, you just put her at home taking care of a massively sick mom while raising 2 kids, and that makes her look better in the eyes of the jury. But yeah, if he knew that she stopped because of stress, for instance, he could have used that to say, well, so you just turned into a gun for hire?
By a medical examiner, office, or coroner, whatever the structure may be, because those offices are very heavily inundated with cases that need the legal oversight. I'm hired by families. I've been getting queries every week for private autopsy. So I do those really frequently. And then I also teach. So it's my time is spent, and it's not like I can predict who's going to call me, who's going to, you know, and I don't recall how many I've done, but I do private autopsies at least 2 to 4 a month.
2 to 4 a month. And then, well, that's why I'm trying to get a handle on how many autopsies you did in 24.
I can give you an accurate answer.
Like 300 or less than that?
Probably less than that.
Pardon?
Less than that, probably.
What?
Yeah.
200?
I don't know. Possibly, because between locums and everything else, yeah.
Okay. You ever heard of an outfit called the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes, name.
Okay. And are you a member?
Yes.
Do you know what their accreditation standards require in terms of to be, lack of a better word, current or accredited?
I don't.
Okay. You've written a bunch of stuff, a bunch of papers.
Yes.
None of them had anything to do with insulin, did they? Unless
No.
you've written some since 23.
No, I have not.
So you've done no research on insulin as a potential murder weapon or cause of death or anything like that.
I mean, I've performed insulin levels at an autopsy level, but from a research standpoint or publishing on it, I have not done that.
Okay. And you've been on TV a lot, and you've done a lot of presentations
Yes.
to national and international organizations. None of those concern insulin either, do you?
No, they do not.
Have you ever been retained in a high-profile case for an insulin investigation?
No,
This is your first one.
correct.
Um,
As far as I'm aware, they're also exceedingly rare cases, but yes,
yeah, they are very rare.
yes.
Based upon what you know, wouldn't it be fair to say insulin is almost the perfect weapon if you wanted to kill
No.
somebody?
Come on.
It's
I've
pretty
never
close,
tried,
isn't it?
and I've never thought of it as a murder weapon. I know it can be administered in fatal levels, and that's in the differential that we went through of hypoglycemia. I never said it wasn't in the differential.
No, and she's been open about this on direct. She said, I had to study, I had to go look. I'm not an endocrinologist, and but everything I saw gave me these indications. So doing the small me, well, you don't know, do you? It's not working for me.
But that's what I'm trying to get at with you, and you can help us out here.
Sure.
If you wanted to kill somebody, and
I
you
personally
wanted to,
never wanted to kill anybody.
That's kind of the generic.
Okay, my life's work is figuring out what happened.
Not the good part. But if you wanted to,
Okay.
it's very,
Guy-
very difficult to detect for a lot of reasons. For instance,
Hmm?
you had mentioned a number of tests that could have been done at Raleigh General Hospital to determine insulin level, and they didn't. And once they start treatment, it's too late, isn't it?
Yes.
So in fairness to the emergency room people, somebody comes in with a blood glucose of 21, the natural reaction would be to raise that up by giving them sugar, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay. But once that happens, no testing is going to help out.
Sure.
And that's what makes insulin such an insidious drug to use. If not you,
That characterization, insulin is used for many, many, many purposes, and the characterization is insidious, I objected.
Overruled.
you may answer. Go ahead, doctor.
I'm sorry. Can you just restate?
Sure.
There was a little bit of back and forth there,
Sure. If you wanted to kill somebody,
which I personally do not.
which
For
not
the
you.
record, do
I
not.
keep saying you, but please exclude that
Okay.
as directed to you. It's kind of the
Generic. Okay.
Yeah. It would be a great weapon to use and not get caught with it.
No, not necessarily.
I think you could use it. I'm not qualifying it as a weapon of. Yeah.
All right. If you wanted to kill somebody with insulin, we're not going to use it as a weapon. That would be a very effective way to do it because it's so hard to determine that that's the cause, isn't it?
So from a detection standpoint, if I'm judging it, okay, I'm not talking about the administration and all that. yes, it's quite difficult. It's a large molecule. It can degrade. You have to suspect it. So it can be challenging to detect. Absolutely.
As understatements go, challenging would be a good way to put it.
Okay.
It's very tough to do.
Correct.
Now, are you familiar with the Clarksburg VA cases?
I don't know.
Okay.
This is my one and only foray into West
Got it.
Virginia.
Oh, well, yeah.
And
I
I'm
understand.
not particularly a nature person, so I don't think I'm like out here otherwise.
You're a city girl.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
No, because they don't test for high levels of insulin because the most important part is save the life. So they'll just dab you with the dextrose instantly to try and elevate your sugar to try and preserve your brain.
If I could have defendants 12, please.
The chart's right there.
I would think that question kind of goes both
12
ways
is my
too.
report.
It's like,
It
it's hard
is.
to detect
I
that
think
that
she
would,
may
Yeah,
have-
unalive somebody. So
Yeah.
it goes to your argument and the other argument in my eyes.
Yeah, because if it's so hard to find, how can Dr. Uribe then with 100% certainty say, well, there were 13 different options it could have been, but it was insulin? Just
Exactly.
because dip, spike, dip. That's his total explanation was the dip, spike, dip, not dip. Jamie, don't let me say that. Yeah, and he really didn't do that. But juries, they'll just say, well, she's probably guilty.
I have the formal copy if you need it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Let me borrow that from you, please, Doc. Parker, let's just go through some of the opinion and supporting facts. And that's what we were talking about earlier.
Sure.
A brief history is that Michael Cochran was 38 years old with possible history of seizure.
Yes.
That's all it is possible. You didn't have anything affirmative in the medical records that said this guy has seizures.
He had a prior
Episodes,
of-
but did they say he had a seizure disorder or did they just say he has seizures or we don't know, suspected?
Right. It was one episode, and I don't know that it was worked up further. So I noted the history of, they said possible seizure disorder, I think resulting from that episode that he had. So that's how I stated it.
Is a possible seizure the same thing as a diagnosis of
No,
seizures?
no.
Okay. And the same thing with the possible brain mass. That's not the same thing as here's a brain mass. is it?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
I think what they were lending it, and this is directly extracted from the medical records that I reviewed, that they were trying to see if he had a brain mass as a cause of that seizure, adult onset seizure.
And nobody ever found out.
Not that I'm aware of.
Complained of dizziness and basically fainting. Who did he complain to?
I don't recall.
Okay. He later fell to the floor and was unarousable by his wife. Where did that information come from?
Again, this is within all the materials given to me. I couldn't cite a page number or anything like that.
Okay. She, being the defendant, drove him to the ED. That's the emergency department at Raleigh General?
Correct.
Okay. And he had vomited. You list some other things. You don't put in there that his blood glucose was 21 at this point in your report.
It's 2 paragraphs down. If you see it, it's
Right.
not far because it's still within the background.
It is.
Okay, so I don't really get into the labs until later. So it's all with its partners, all the laboratory results I talk about.
Okay. Investigation showed he was taking some unspecified benzodiazepine. Who did the investigation?
I don't know. There was some report of that.
And it was in the form of a positive urine screen, right?
Well, that's there too.
Okay.
Yes,
But
definitely.
the investigation that showed he was taking some unspecified benzodiazepine, there really wasn't any investigation that you know of, was there?
I can't cite a specific. I don't have the police report either. It was never provided.
Same thing with the anabolic steroids. That's just something somebody reported to somebody else.
Well, yes, and any potential history that is reported by whoever is still important, and that's why I note it. You can't just you take it at face value.
Okay. You note his longstanding use of pseudoephedrine. Was that Sudafed? Is that
That's a brand name in medical school. We're always taught to do the generic, and pseudoephedrine is how it's documented in that West Virginia state report as well.
okay? But I mean, that if that's what he thought he was taking, Sudafed, that would just be a name brand of the stuff you're
So
talking
he
about?
was prescribed it. I don't know where it was tracked. So I don't know if that's tracked by a pharmacy. I don't know exactly how the states run, but it had months and months of use documented.
Probably because they
Okay.
have that rule where they gotta give
Yeah.
you the license.
Back before you started working with dead people, you were doing other doctor stuff, right?
Correct. So I always tell people that I did a year of training to know what it's like to treat living people.
Okay. And had you did a rotation in the ER or ED?
So let me backtrack. So
Go ahead.
my only experience in the ER or ED, we sort of use that interchangeably, is through medical school. My preliminary year that you're referring to, so that means similar to Dr. Halsey, the first year of internal medicine training is what I did at UPenn. So I graduated medical school and did that. I did not have any other emergency room training as a part of that internship. Okay, we would go and get patients. They would get worked up in the ER and then admitted to internal medicine, where I could be their intern, their first doctor, their junior doctor. But I never represent myself to be an ER expert or ER physician.
If one of those patients had presented to you from the ER with a blood glucose of 21, that would have gotten your attention, wouldn't it?
I sure hope so,
Yeah. How come?
because it's low.
Very low.
Correct. And I'm hoping the ER wouldn't send someone to me up to the floor. I hope they would take care of that. That's to me what an emergency room should do.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
In your history of this case, were you told that
So
at
it's not
one
like they
point
weren't
the
aware.
defendant made the claim that this Michael Cochran hit his head so hard that he chipped a stone countertop?
I don't know that. I just know that when I read through the medical records, there was a documentation of a fall with possible head trauma. He had a CAT scan done and there was no internal head trauma. As far as I know, there was nothing like a bump or bruise notated in the medical records. That's really what I'm relying on to make my assessment, because obviously histories can vary, as we've discussed. And so I rely more on the medical history and the medical notations made.
Had he hit his head hard enough to cause damage to a stone countertop, you'd expect to find something, wouldn't you?
I'm sorry, find something where?
Damage through a CT scan, visible bruising, visible cuts, that kind of
Right.
stuff.
So I think the method of detection depends on the answer. So whether it's a physical exam, like a bump or a bruise or laceration, yes. Hard falls, as surprising as it is, don't always yield internal injury. So even at autopsy, we see that people who don't catch their falls, they might have a laceration, but they may not have anything internally. And that's why the CAT scan is done. You can have a bump or bruise on the outside. You really need to make sure what's going on the inside. And per my recollection, his CT scan was completely normal.
And from all accounts of both medical and non-medical people, there was no external evidence of trauma.
Not that I saw noted.
Okay. There is
All these noises make me think he isn't landing the home runs he's really hoping for.
No. He's not for me.
Yeah, it's
That's for sure.
she's a good witness. She's honest. She says, I don't know anything about that.
Mhm.
I don't agree. I feel this way. I really like her compared to the other one who just talked for 45 minutes about describing the color red.
Yeah.
It's a text from the defendant saying that Michael's been asleep since before 9:34 in the morning. There's no evidence after that that he ever regained consciousness. Were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware that when he allegedly hit his head so hard that he chipped this or broke this countertop, that instead of calling 911, she called 2 construction guys who carried him from the kitchen floor to the couch? Were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware that she left him lay on the couch until he urinated himself sometime in the afternoon, about 3 or 4 o'clock?
No.
Were you aware that even after that, she didn't take any steps to get him medical care until she showed up at Raleigh General Hospital many hours later?
I don't have a detail of what happened prior. I just know what happened starting at the hospital presentation.
Okay. If this is a mischaracterization, tell me. But it sounds like you're pretty dismissive of the opinions of Doctors Krieger and Uribe.
I mean, Dr. Krieger's really a clinician. And I think as Dr. Dragovich said, she's not really an expert in classifying cause or manner of death. So I am not here to refute. I don't know honestly, I don't remember a lot of her testimony because it was outside the area of my expertise. I think Dr. Uribe has potentially overstepped. I have a different professional opinion, which I also answered with Mr. Selden, that I think it's the cause and manner of death should both be undetermined based on the condition of the body and what can and cannot be collected from the body or what was, excuse me.
And that's strictly based on the 2 autopsies?
No, and the medical records as well.
Well, you had the benefit of the MRI report from CAMC from February 8th of 2019, didn't you?
It's probably in there. Yes, I'm assuming that's after his initial presentation. So assuming it's there, I don't have it memorized.
No. I understand that. But it showed that massive brain swelling, basically.
Yeah. Oh, yes. There was cerebral edema.
Yeah.
Hospital
But you're
doesn't
not
seem
willing
to
to say that you think that
think it was
causes
suspicious.
death?
So I think if we get into it, cerebral edema is significant, but there's many routes that lead to cerebral edema. Drug overdose is one. Hypoglycemia could be one. But I can't just look at medical records to make a cause of death. That's what the autopsy is there for, okay? So we don't practice in a black box. We always consider the circumstances. We consider whatever records we have made available. But the autopsy is the gold standard, okay? That's where I'm looking at the condition of the body, the organs, and the main data that I take to synthesize my cause and manner of death, along with ancillary studies such as toxicology. So I am here as a forensic pathologist to opine on what I think his cause and manner of death is. And I really can't tell you what that is. His body's too decomposed. And in our field, it is acceptable to use undetermined as a cause of death.
We don't know, Debbie Blair. We don't even know if it's a possible, well, not natural death, because he could have been a roid user. He could have underlying illnesses that was never looked at because they didn't suspect foul play till 7 months later, where they didn't exhume his body till 7 months later, where his body was already decomposing.
And undetermined as a manner of death.
It is, but it's also the option of the forensic pathologist to state a determination of what they believe the cause and manner of death was.
They're professional opinions.
They are. The defense has kind of tossed this out here that There were these sinister sounding purchases from Mexico. Where's stage 2? Oh, very funny, Miss Smarty Pants. It's not here. It's the FBI report. Or is that? No, I'm sorry. That's 17, isn't it?
Did he just call the court reporter smarty pants?
He did.
Dr. Haney, what's been marked for identification? Actually, independent evidence is stage 17. Take a quick look at that, please.
Just to advise, I've not seen this previously.
I understand.
Oh, okay. It's quite detailed. Yes. What would you like
Well,
to look
just
at?
the conclusions.
Oh,
The
sorry.
testing.
Where is this? Results or the interpretation? There's quite, which one?
Yeah, could I have that back?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's a lot going on.
No,
Take a look
Amazon.
at,
Yeah, but it's still not professional.
item 3.
Can I just read it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Take time.
Item 3 was a bottle marked in part as, quote, enclomiphene citrate containing a clear, colorless liquid. It goes on to state it was containing glycerol and letrozole, and clomiphene was not identified.
So the mysterious and sinister sounding Mexican purchased drugs were not what they were purported to be.
It was a different one.
Yeah, it was a different one. Not the same thing at all. Is
Your
it?
Honor, I'm objecting to this line of questioning. We don't know what these substances were. They weren't actually clarified. They weren't stated. They're just unknown substances.
It's the
You don't have. You don't know when these were purchased. You don't know where these came from. You found them at his parents' house.
Yeah.
Again, that's the objection you should use.
FBI report. I think it's a known substance. Wouldn't you agree with that, Doctor?
I'm just reading what they reported.
Right. But you have no reason to question the FBI lab results, do you?
I'm taking it at face value.
Okay.
Just to clarify, Your Honor, I'm not objecting to the FBI report. I'm objecting to the so-called Mexican substances, which were never documented. We don't know what they were.
Well, the state would agree with that. They were never documented.
I understand the objection is overruled. I'll preserve your exception.
This is a text from the defendant. I call your attention to this part. Mike was so mad this AM about not being able to go today, he had to take 2 of my blood pressure pills. Did you see any evidence from the medical records of a blood pressure pill in Michael Cochran's system?
I'm sorry, let's clarify. In his system, like a postmortem
Do you have
toxicology?
any medical records that say he had taken 2 blood pressure pills?
I don't have any data to support that. Okay.
You don't.
And no toxicology.
Right.
Yeah.
But again, did they test for it? That should be the comeback from the defense. Is it normal to test for blood pressure medication? We know they didn't test for the insulin. Would it be normal that they tested for high blood pressure medication?
I mean, did they even pull a report on anything really?
No, they didn't test for anything. They went into trauma care, so they didn't care about nothing. So again, lack of evidence of isn't the same as it didn't happen.
Yeah. And what evidence do you like? Okay, she says he took a blood pressure pill. How do we know? First of all, he did. How do we know she just wasn't telling somebody that? And how does she know that she's just not saying that and that meant the Xanax? You know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And again, the defendant affirms that taking 2 of her blood pressure pills. And you don't know, medically, there's no evidence of that one way yet, right?
Okay, I'm not sure how this leads back to my cause and manner of death.
We're gonna get
Okay.
Bear with me.
I like that she claims outside of the scope. You wouldn't be able to detect 2 blood pressure pills 5 days after they started, because They flush his system. They give him antibiotic. They give him dextrose. You wouldn't be able. He's probably on some IV as well. You wouldn't be able to tell anything unless it's some clear poisoning of the body. It's a smart question because she can't say yes or no to it, but there's no way of proving it.
We're right on the doorstep.
Okay.
At 102, this picture goes out, and the defendant says that she checked his blood glucose, and it was 145. Can you read that?
No.
Oh, there you
It's-
go.
Okay.
Now you can
Yeah.
read it. That's my fault.
Okay. And it's a lot hazier on my screen as well, but yes, it's just a listing of some vital signs and a blood glucose of 145.
And that's it. 105, 106, 102.
I have no idea the timestamps cut off.
Well, here's another one
Okay.
to a different person.
Okay, yeah. That says a timestamp of 106.
Okay. Bear that.
There she claims the blood glucose was 156, which is very high. Didn't someone say that a normal person
Is it?
shouldn't be above 200? No, between 100 and who was it who said something about what normal people should have blood
Well,
sugar?
non-diabetic, I thought 170 is like the high end, but I
Oh.
don't know very much.
But I'm no blood pressure now. I think the other one is better. Blood pressure now is 128/82, heart rate 61, respiratory rate is 16, blood glucose 145. So he's slightly above. Normal is 70 to 140. So if you saw this at a hospital, if we have any medical personnel, because this is what she read, she wrote to her neighbor. 145 is pre-diabetic levels. So normal normal fasting is 70 to 100. We don't know if she was fasting.
I have no idea the timestamps cut off.
Here's another one
Okay.
to a different person.
Okay, yeah. That
But
says
if he
timestamp
just had a
106.
meal,
Okay.
yeah, his blood sugar could be higher.
Bear that time and that number in mind, please.
Okay.
Did you know that?
No, I did not.
At 6:30, the defendant says blood sugar 115.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes, that's what it says in the text message.
We can either use defendant's 10 or we'll just use the same chart from
Oh,
your.
sure. Okay.
Okay. You were not told about those two blood glucose level measurements until today. Is that right?
Correct.
The very top of your chart, you base your chart on the assumption that an alleged event occurred at approximately 12 o'clock.
Correct.
The alleged event was what?
And this is, we can see it better here. The 44 that's the outlier is 17 hours later. That's the one they claim is a finger test. That's why you can't trust it. But he spikes at 187 and then crashes to, let's take that one out. Then he's down at 95. So it's highly fluctuating.
That's when he fainted and due to possible exogenous insulin administration.
Would the two readings that she claims she got, would that be consistent with a 12 o'clock on a non-diabetic injection?
It could, because I don't know what all is in his system. Obviously, there's some drugs that are not the correct ones, and I have no way of assessing what was in his system. My understanding is he used multiple supplements that are not regulated by the
We don't have any
FDA.
proof of it.
And I don't know. And so whether they're foreign, domestic, etc., I have no idea what any medication's effects would be on him, his blood glucose, his other vitals, etc.
Well, those are all unknowns, and those are fair points. But we do have a known. When he got to Raleigh General 2 hours later, his blood glucose was 21, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so in theory, it dropped from 115 to 21 in couple hours.
Okay.
Now, Doctor, you are not expected to be familiar with Raleigh County geography, but I'm going to ask you to assume that this is true.
Okay.
From the defendant's residence on 4H Lake Road to Raleigh General Hospital would be approximately a 30-minute trip. Accept that for the moment, okay? On February 6th of 2019 at 7:30 in the evening, it would be dark, correct?
In this, well, it's February, so right, still winter time. Yes, relatively so. Yes, I would say shorter days.
He isn't eating. At that time, he's passed out. He is in a comatose state. This is after being administered dextrose. He goes up, he crashes, he goes up again.
Now, in your information coming to you was that this defendant drove her husband to the ER.
That's right.
In fact, his best friend drove him to the ER.
Sure.
He was laid out in the back of the SUV, and she was with him. Those are the only three people in the vehicle.
Okay.
It's night. It's 7:30 or so, and by the time they get to Raleigh General Hospital, his blood glucose is 21.
Yes.
Does your chart or does your report in any way negate the possibility that he received one, more than one injection of insulin, or two, when he got it? You don't know.
That chart is solely based on those assumptions as
Assumptions.
stated. Okay.
Fair
so
enough.
I haven't made other charts based on other scenarios.
Right.
It's all like it's that approximation, and anything else would be a chart based on another hypothetical situation.
Based upon your research into Humalog, it would kick in how many minutes? 5 to 25 minutes?
I had 10 to 15, but
10 to 15 minutes?
Okay.
Okay. So that's when the Humalog would be effective.
So what I read, just to restate clearly, is that you administer it 10 to 15 minutes later, it sort of gets into the system and starts acting. It peaks at 1 hour and can last anywhere from 4 to 6 hours.
And the effect of that would be to bring down the blood glucose level, correct?
That's what insulin does, yes.
Doctor, you, on the last portion of your report, you say, I am relying on information you have provided me at the present time. Thus, my opinions are preliminary, may change if other information is offered for me to review. And you reserve the right to change your...
Absolutely.
Since you were not provided with blood glucose readings in the afternoon or the early evening, you were not provided with the circumstances under which the victim or Mr. Cochran got to the hospital. That's all new information to you today, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Are you aware that the defendant is a trained pharmacist?
I was told that, but I don't know her qualifications.
Okay. Are you aware that she held herself out to be a specialist in diabetes?
I did not know that.
Wouldn't you agree with me that someone with that kind of background and training would be well acquainted with the impact of insulin?
I don't have any way to judge that. I assume so. If she has those qualifications, even as a medical student, I was aware of insulin, and I'm sure parents who have, or other people who deal with diabetes know how insulin works, but I haven't judged her on her qualifications or discussed it with her.
Right. But just as kind of a generic matter, somebody that's a pharmacist and an insulin specialist would certainly be well acquainted with insulin and how it affects the human body.
Correct. If those first two statements are true, then the conclusion would be that he or she should know how insulin works.
Right. Doctor, you've been presented with a bunch of new information today. Has any of that caused you to change or alter your opinion?
No, it has not.
Thank you, Doctor.
Redirect, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you.
Get on with it, title. Mitch McConnell's little brother needs to talk faster.
Dr. Banerjee, since the prosecutor has brought it up about other cases, what famous cases have you worked on before?
I don't know what's famous per se, but
Well-known,
Well,
lot
you
of
get-
notoriety, a lot
I
of
mean-
press coverage.
yeah, it's hard for me to distinguish in the sense that some of them I consult on and some of them I cover as an expert in the media. Personally, I feel very proud. I know I worked on Breonna Taylor's case for the civil suit.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
could you
Breonna
please speak
Taylor.
up a
She
little
was
bit or
she was a
get
shooting
closer?
victim. So that was an important interpretation. I helped I work with an attorney on that case.
Mhm.
I don't want to say more about it, but I cover, so my work as an assistant medical examiner was dealing with deaths within the state of Rhode Island. One of my cases was made into a forensic files that I was interviewed for, and it's also an A&E show. So I don't know if that's famous, but it's been on TV. My specific work on those cases, it was solving actually a very decomposed person solving that murder. So that's one way, I guess you can say, famous. I work on a litany of cases, and it was asked how I was contacted. It's whoever decides to contact me. And then I also do commentary or whatnot, and I'm presented with very, I would say, more known information where I'm not the primary autopsy pathologist. And then everything in between, right? When I do legal consulting, I'm given privileged information, right? So I say retained, meaning that I'm allowed to work with the attorneys and get medical records or private information and then give my opinion on the case.
Okay. Now, the prosecutor went to great lengths to talk about insulin as a perfect murder weapon, unquote.
Definitely his words, not mine. Yes.
I'm going to clarify.
Okay.
Now, insulin is not a perfect murder weapon because it can be detected when someone's admitted to the hospital, right? There are tests to detect it then, right?
Tests exist, they can be done.
Right. And even after death, post-mortem, there are tests to test for insulin in the tissues, in the fluids, et cetera, right?
It's possible. Yes, the body has to be much more intact, so it'd be soon after death, but it can be done.
Right. If you were told that Michael Cochran's body was not cremated, wouldn't any signs of insulin that you could trace or find out about post-mortem be destroyed by cremation?
I mean, the whole body is destroyed with cremation, so that's
Right. And
a very one-directional process, if you will.
okay. And if someone was trying to hide a murder by insulin, wouldn't it be wise to cremate the body?
I think that's speculation. I have no opinion on the matter at this point. I mean, cremation turns the body into ash. It's a high temperature process.
And you couldn't test that body for anything if it's turned to ash post-mortem.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Did anyone cover that Breonna Taylor trial? I can remember hearing about it, but apparently he was found guilty last year. But I can't remember seeing anything.
Now, were you aware in the medical records that Michael Cochran had a seizure event in October 31st of 2018 through about the first week or two of November 2018?
I'll believe the dates, but I know it was like the year before. That's where that seizure event happened and where this possible brain mass was suggested.
Right. And that's well documented in the records, isn't it?
That was solely extracted from the records. I just use those facts.
No, because I just said she looked like him. Not that he looked like him. I didn't say anything about his politics.
Were you aware that Michael Cochran was subsequently?
Yeah, that was the no-knock warrant rule where it was where the neighbors said that they never ever heard anything, and wasn't there someone outside of the house pewing into it as well or something? It was something crazy.
He referred to a
It was she was a young girl alone at home with her boyfriend, and apparently either her aunt or she had dated some bad guy before. Police shows up, knock down the door. Boyfriend thinks we're being robbed. Pew pew, and they open up, and she's unalive. They claim later that they were announcing themselves before they knocked down the door, which. One of them was found guilty, I believe. Everyone was fired, but only one was found guilty, and they changed the state law about the no-knock warrants after that.
Dr. Melanie Ward, who prescribed for him anti-seizure medication.
I'm not aware.
Yeah.
If that doctor prescribed anti-seizure medication, that would suggest.
I don't think it
he
was
had
televised.
Seizures, right?
I know he had that seizure. I don't know about subsequent seizures.
And there was talk about Michael Cochran's blood glucose level being 21 when he arrived at the emergency room in the hospital. If that occurred, if his blood glucose level was 21 when he gets to the emergency room, they treat that, don't they? They try and raise the blood glucose level by administering glucagon or dextrose or D50, right?
So I'm not an emergency room provider, but in him, he got a vial of D50, which is a high concentration dextrose solution to try to give him a dose of sugar, a high dose of
Just
sugar.
remember something. I think there was three officers were accused of trying to hide the crime and one for the unaliving.
50 does normally raise the blood glucose level.
Does that say her name? I can't remember.
Yes, it's supposed to, yes.
Now, perhaps Dr. Dragovich would have better addressed this question, but if someone has a head injury, like is alleged in this matter, fall, hit their head on the counter, pass out, fall on the floor, you don't always have an external sign on the head of any kind of concussion, right? And I'll give you an example. There are many examples of, like, football players who sustain a concussion while playing. There's no external signs of it. And later on, it surfaces that they indeed had a concussion that causes brain problems. You aware of that?
I don't feel comfortable commenting on that. I can talk to you about postmortem diagnosis of what I've seen in brains with and without a concussion history. About the clinical presentation of concussion, I don't diagnose concussion. I do watch a lot of football. So
And you're a Buffalo Bills fan, right?
No,
No.
I'm a Ravens fan.
Oh, okay.
That's on the record. And so I'm very sad about the Super Bowl. Nonetheless, sorry.
Sorry.
I was up late watching, but yes, where was I? I don't clinically make any assessment of concussions. If it's noted in the history, just like if a seizure is noted in the history, that would be a significant history. But a concussion brain, even at autopsy, can look completely.
No, she used to date a bad boy with a gun. This was another one. It wasn't the one they were looking for who was in the house.
Normal, which is always something that surprised me because it can be a significant impact leading, that the person sustained previously. And there can be microscopic signs, again, getting into wider diagnosis and issues. But I mean, nothing is also always present or always absent. So
Okay.
Nothing in medicine is 100%.
Your chart, that, by the way, is still on the viewer.
Oh, it is. Well, partially, yes.
Those numbers are strictly from medical records that you reviewed. Is that right?
So I want to do one thing. So the date, the glucose were extracted data points. Okay. I used a time calculator to then calculate the interval. So it's not like the medical records had that, time since 12 o'clock. And then I did an interpretation based on the medically available activity of ListPro to say whether it would have been based on that time calculation, whether it would have been in the body. That's exactly how that chart was formed.
But what I'm getting at is you weren't provided emails. You don't know about statements of other people, blood glucose levels at various times during the day, unless they were documented.
This section here just looks weird to me. But again, I'm a baker. I'm not a doctorologist. 95, 60, 154 within 5 hours, and then it just runs smooth. 154, 161, 158, 148, 129. Why is it so hard to stabilize him in these hours? Because he was at this level before that first one.
Documented in the medical records.
Correct. I showed you the sources and I told you the sources of which I relied on to form my opinion.
A moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Vicine is easy to detect. Jamie and I tried to watch that Vicine murder trial. Sadly, that turned into a financial crime case as well.
Yeah.
Now, Michael Cochran was definitely diagnosed with an enlarged heart And he had that condition, which is well documented. Isn't that correct?
I think there was suggestion of it in the medical records. It's well documented autopsy. That's the most important finding.
Okay, now, wouldn't an enlarged heart on autopsy support the proposition that Michael had high blood pressure?
So it's not necessarily a diagnosis of hypertension, which is what we in lay terms call high blood pressure. I think that is like a genetic disease, which runs in my family as well, and many families, and is a common ailment. However, if you use medicines that relatively raise blood pressure and use them for a long time, they can have the same effect on the heart as having high blood pressure. Does that make sense? It's not high blood pressure in the hypertension diagnosis sense. It's a sequela of using a stimulant like the pseudoephedrine, which is a stimulant, and that acts to tighten the blood vessels, which then would raise your blood pressure. So if you do that long enough, that could cause that enlargement of the heart.
Now, if someone like Michael Cochran had high blood pressure, but they were attempting to.
Yeah, but that's because that's what everyone told her. But again, 17 hours later is when the dip occurs. And that shouldn't be possible because that type of insulin leaves the body within 6 hours.
Hide it from their doctors.
Wait a minute. This is way out of line.
Sustain.
Okay. You have no concept of the geography in and around Beckley, correct?
No, sir. I walked half a block at lunch. That's about it.
So if the address of Michael and Natalie Cochran were on 4H Lake Road and it's only 7 miles to Raleigh General Hospital, would you accept the prosecutor's proposition that it took 30 minutes to get there? Does that sound reasonable?
I have no way to say
Okay.
one way or the other.
All right. I don't have anything else, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, any further questions, Mr. Truman?
The defense brought up about Dr. Dragovich, and the two of you seem to be a little bit apart on this. He indicated that cancerous tumors are tougher, for lack of a better word. You were here. You heard what he said.
Oh, yes.
There was never a finding of a pancreatic tumor, was there?
So let me break that down in 2 parts. One is there in the medical records, there was no documentation, okay? In the autopsy, you could see by the condition of the body that even at the first autopsy that I'm saying, the pancreas does something called autolysis. It eats itself due to the enzymes. And even with which is sort of like dissolving it with acid, if you will, right? It like sort of disintegrates. And so even a tougher tumor, which I don't know that information, he offered that, but now to comment on that, it would still be susceptible to complete degradation by the time the first autopsy was done.
I guess the answer to my question is no. There was never a pancreatic tumor found in Michael Cochran.
So I can't agree to that because.
There was one found?
Please let me explain.
Sure.
Okay, that's what I'm here to do. One is in the medical records, there wasn't, okay? I think a decomposed body, you cannot conclude whether one was or was not there. That is a limitation. So, right, it is handicapped. So I cannot accurately say if the organ's not there or so in poor shape to evaluate, I'm limited by that to say whether a tumor had been there.
That's not what I'm asking. The question is, there was no tumor found in his pancreas, was there? Not
By who? By who?
Kubitschek.
Dr. Kubitschek did not find.
Okay. Do forensic pathologists rely solely on what they find in the dead body?
No.
They
So if I can explain that,
Sure.
yeah, that we don't practice in a black box, okay? But I think, again, the autopsy is a gold standard. That is the collection of data that's collecting as much evidence. And we have a unique perspective, right? No one else is doing the dissection or collecting that data, like where Dr. Krieger is not qualified to comment on cause and manner of death. With that being said, you still take the investigation into, or the circumstances surrounding death into play. But there are so many unknowns here that undetermined cause and manner are appropriate.
Right. Would an enlarged heart in and of itself cause hypoglycemia?
No, but if he has an arrhythmia and then starts getting dysregulated, he could have hypoglycemia.
And that
Yeah, but then you have to tell me how much did they give him, because I can also say a lower doses would have disappeared, and she only gave him a very little amount. My problem is all of this is what they are actually trying to do, because they don't have a murder weapon. They don't have any medical facts other than what you can extrapolate from a medical chart. They are asking the jury to be medical experts, because the medical experts we've had in this case disagree on what the science is. This case is going to be relied on the jury understanding how insulin works in the body, how long Lexapro stays in the body, and if it's possible that it can make the top dip motion. To me, that's a very big ask, because they can't prove it's insulin, because no insulin is found. They believe they can read in a chart that it must have been insulin, but it could possibly also have been something else. So now it's up to the jury, who have no medical background, to determine if this person is deceased, because on that basis alone, I would have voted not guilty, because I have no way of knowing, and I haven't gotten an expert that can, because all the experts says, well, maybe, I don't know. I can't determine that. And if a medical expert can't determine if it is the murder weapon, I would have a hard time convicting someone.
What just happened within minutes, hours?
I couldn't say.
Okay. And would an enlarged heart cause a blood glucose level of 21?
Again, it's not a direct cause. If he becomes dysregulated, if his body's shutting down, that could happen.
And that would take how long?
I don't know. We're all different.
Okay. Doctor, thank you. That's all the questions the state has.
Anything, Mr. Selvin?
Very shortly.
Come on now.
Doctor, the pancreas, which is responsible for insulin production in the body, is an internal organ of the body, right?
One of the major organs
Okay.
that I look at every case. Yes, everyone. We all have one.
And isn't it true, when the body begins to decompose after death,
Yes.
that the internal organs, like the pancreas, are the first to decompose,
So,
as opposed to the skin,
okay.
the hair, the bones?
So everything starts decomposing, some at different, like faster faster rates than others. I mean, if you look at everything at the microscopic level, once the person is deceased, not getting oxygen, everything is disintegrating. We're no longer living. We're not getting the nourishment. Okay. But I would say the GI tract, meaning your like the tube, the stomach, your esophagus, stomach, pancreas, et cetera, gallbladder, those are very sensitive organs full of enzymes and bacteria that normally live there and are contained, but upon death are released or penetrate through to first decompose these structures. And they're very susceptible to decomposition.
Okay. And after a body has been decomposing after death, and it's 7 months before an autopsy is done, you could not tell whether there were microscopic pancreatic tumors because of the state of decomposition. Isn't that true?
This was a moderate state of decomposition with insect activity, which would limit analysis of all organs, especially the pancreas.
No further questions.
Anything, Mr. Truman?
That's for the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You may step down. You are excused. Come up, please.
That just pushed me more in the camp of, we have no idea.
Well, Brian, didn't go inside. Are we
What?
done now? I don't know. I think she will be testifying tomorrow. I like this witness. She
Members of the
was
jury, we've
honest.
gone a little bit late today. We want to get that witness in, certainly, and this is a good stopping point. I have to deal with the attorneys concerning some legal matters that would be boring to you folks. And so I will deal with them in the morning, rather than have you sitting in your jury room and wasting time cooling your heels. I'm going to ask you to come in at 10 o'clock in the morning. I hate to vary the time because when doctors change my appointments, I usually screw up and don't go in at the right time. But this will give you some additional time to sleep in a little bit and to rest up a little bit. And don't come in at 9, but be sure to come in at 10 o'clock. Are we straight on that? And again, the reason for that is I will be here at 9 o'clock. The attorneys and the defendant will be here at 9 o'clock, and we're going to work on some things and streamline the proceedings for you.
So we'll start 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Please do not
10 o'clock.
talk to anyone about the case.
That's probably going to
Do
be
not
your
talk to
instructions.
yourselves, each other about the case. We are fully invested here. We are winding down on matters, and we simply don't want any trouble. We don't want any problems at this juncture. So do not read anything in the newspaper. Do not watch anything on the news. Do not do any research. Do not see anything online, so that when it comes down to deliberate on this case, you will have an open mind and you won't be influenced by other people. All right. Thank you very much. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room. I'll see you at 10 o'clock in the morning.
And my poll is, it's changed. 69% says not guilty, 30% says guilty, with 140 votes. So with a higher number of votes than the other days, it's crawled up with guilty votes.
All right. I have to clear the courtroom again briefly, as I did before, so that I can advise the defendant further concerning her right to testify, the so-called Newman
That is so
procedure.
weird.
And so I'll ask
Yeah.
everyone to step out, and you can come back if you wish, although we are very close to the close of the day.
I know. Why? Why do they have to walk out? It is weird.
Because she has to be able to I don't know.
I was gonna say, don't try to justify it. You know it's weird because no one else does it. This is the only courtroom we've ever heard do this.
Yes, Jinx, it's closed off for the public. That's why I was wondering how someone knew she was testifying. Allegedly, the defense told some journalists that she absolutely would be taking the stand. Seems like some of them kind of are a little, well, we have to wait to see if she takes a stand. Jamie,
What?
if you would have to advise her after what we have seen so far, would you rest in the morning?
Yeah. I
Would you
don't
take
think
the
her
stand?
going on. No, I don't think it's a good idea.
All right. I can announce on the record, out of the presence of the jury, that the defendant has now elected not to testify
Thank
in her
God.
own behalf.
So
I
they will be
further
resting.
understand from our conversations at the bench that the defense will rest. I'm not trying to pin down the state at all, and you don't have to tell me at this juncture, but do you believe, Mr. Truman, that there will be a case in rebuttal on behalf of the state?
Your Honor, I think we'll call one rebuttal witness. I would guess
Say
between
no.
the state, well, it depends on who does the cross for the defense, but that witness total time, I would not think would exceed 45 minutes to an hour.
All
But I'm
right,
not
so
sure.
fairly lengthy.
Well, that would be, trying to project the most time I can think. Yeah, it probably shouldn't take that long, but I don't know.
Okay. And depending on what happens tomorrow in terms of the state's case in rebuttal, the defense may have additional witnesses to call.
All right. Man.
Yeah, figure out what witness they're going to call, and then you can call them. Yes, it was a dig at Mr. Slow, the title.
And Judge, I'll told the defense, the state never really had the opportunity to interview the two children that testified, who are now an adult and a near adult. So we were going to have Investigator Heinzman testify and rebuttal to things that they said.
Okay. All right. I want to get a leg up on the process, so I'll need for you all to come in at 9 o'clock so we can talk about instructions. I need for you all to review the charge that I have sent to everybody. I hope everybody has received it. There are two things missing. Obviously, when we prepared the charge, we thought that the defendant would testify based upon.
Yes, because they can bring in something out of the blue, kind of like they did in the Sarah Boone case, where they finally played all the George videos. So they will be able to rebut the rebuttal.
Her earlier inclination, and so I did not have an instruction to advise the jury about her right not to testify. And further, I noticed this morning that I don't have an instruction concerning expert witnesses. And the reason I don't is because I took this charge from the last case that I did, and we didn't have any experts, and so I took it out of the charge, and I'll put it back in. That's the way judges operate. So I will add those, and I will expect to have a fresh set of a charge for you in the morning. And what I have done is simply to include all the state's instructions and all the defense instructions. I've mixed them up a little bit, and there were a couple of them that I changed around. I put her instead of him, and I did some other things to tailor the instructions for our particular case. But basically, if you go through it, you'll see that your submissions are all contained within the body of the charge. We will argue them in the morning, and some we may kick out, and we may leave it as is, but we will go through it page by page or instruction by instruction and see what we have. Okay, is that a plan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any questions from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything from the defense?
Are those revised instructions ready, Your Honor, right now, or will you have those?
I have them, but we haven't incorporated them in the charge, and that's what my trusty law clerk and I are going to do right now. We're going to hopefully put them in pretty quickly and get them.
Okay.
Set
So we'll
forth.
have them. We'll have them.
You'll
ready.
have them in the morning. If you want me to, I'll have her send them to you tonight when we finish.
That would be good.
Okay. When we conclude it, we'll send them to you so
And,
that
and,
you'll.
and if they don't get done,
Let go.
based upon what the court's given us, I don't
Let
know that
go.
it's going to add a lot of time.
Okay.
either way.
There's no
And
just like there's no
I need
Fs and
somebody to
LDs.
do a verdict form. I think, Mr. Truman, yours was
Yes,
fine.
there is.
But I noticed that the defense included an instruction on negligent homicide. And so if that.
Oh, so they want to throw in lesser included. And I believe Lawyer Lee put it up. Was it six or eight women? A younger jury on average. That's what I think I remember. I heard I said.
It flies,
Mhm.
we'll need a verdict form that reflects that possibility.
We will effort that.
Okay.
Yes.
Anything else before we close out the day?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Court is adjourned.
Okay, so this will most likely go to the jury tomorrow. And that could probably be a good thing, maybe, because I was looking a little bit on this one. Teen said, "I'm not a psycho." Months later, police said he stabulated his mother too. Colin Griffin is charged with the Redrum in connection with the September 2024 unaliving of his mother, Catherine, months after police claimed Colin unalived his dad in self-defense. A Florida teen who police claims previously unalived his father in self-defense is accused of redrumming his mother after allegedly telling her, "I'm not a psycho." He's 17 years old, was charged with the Redrum in September of 24 after his mother was fatally stabulated in the neck in Polk County, Florida, according to a probable cause affidavit obtained by People. Police claims in the affidavit that Colin called 911 for help, saying that he and his mother had gotten into a fight and that she had fallen on a stabulator. Catherine was later pronounced dead. The medical examiner, however, ruled that the injuries she suffered could not have been caused by falling onto a knife. According to the affidavit, Colin was subsequently indicted on Redrum and kidnapping charges, and he pled not guilty. Police say Colin came to live with his mother in Florida following the shooting unaliving of his father in 23. The affidavit states that Colin was initially arrested in connection with his father's unaliving, but the evidence emerged that led investigators to believe it was self-defense, and he was never convicted of a crime in that connection. Connected to that, I don't know. In the affidavit, police alleges that there had been a history of heated fights between Colin and Catherine, and that he had previously been charged with domestic battery against his mother months before her death. In body cam footage obtained and published by Fox 4, Colin is heard speaking to his grandmother as he sits in a police car following the arrest in November 23. I'm saying, Mom, I'm not a psycho. I'm not this Redrummer. I'm just trying to peacefully leave or peacefully coexist, he reportedly told his grandmother. She kept telling me to shut up, and when I wouldn't shut up, she hit me. The grandmother responds by disputing that he had ever said he wanted to coexist peacefully with Catherine. The probable cause affidavit states that a year before his mother's death, Colin allegedly told a police officer that he did not want to return home, said he did not feel safe, and that he would unalive himself or my mom. They are picking a jury in that trial today. So could be a possible pickup. Seems like a cray-cray.
Yeah, it sounds interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, we could be pleasantly surprised that he is not a psychopath.
Yeah. I think they are allowed to rebut the rebuttal.
Yeah.
Because again, they can bring in totally new evidence.
That's what he said. Because he said it depends on if the defense is going to bring something in or something. So
yeah, he's self-reported not a psycho, so he's not a psycho. Who would lie to the police? But it's from Florida, the state that keeps on giving.
Florida is the state that keeps on giving.
We need to review at what point less included are allowed to be introduced. It's absurd BS that you. Yeah, I'm at the belief if you want to prove, or if you want to charge a crime, you prove that crime. You don't charge. Well, it could have been everything from jaywalking to murder one. If that's what you do, then you shouldn't add in the bottom. You should take off on the top.
Yeah, because if you add everything but the kitchen sink, somebody's gonna pick something.
Yeah.
In my honest opinion.
And do we want to have exit bingos tomorrow? 33 votes only. And 81% says yes. That's not a lot. Is Jemima going to do all of that work? And only 33%. And out of those, 81% says yes. That's 33 times 8. That's like 26 people. That's not a lot.
Yeah.
Well, then we shouldn't bother her with it. Jemima, you have your results. If you want to do it, you can do it. And if you want to play, no, we don't announce it until we know if she want to do it. Thank you so much, Debbie Blair.
Bye, Food Fairy.
I just saw that they I saw a headline yesterday, and I thought, oh, that sounds interesting. And then I just saw that they're picking the jury today. So if this is ending tomorrow and go on verdict watch, even if they already started, we can probably catch up. Lesson included is so stupid. Like, if a defense is going to have a strategy for intentionally unaliving, that strategy could be different from negligent unaliving. Exactly. 80s man like bingo. So it's like, I don't know, prosecutors are slimy and I'm sick of them.
Yes.
Yes. And again, it's the same with the plea deal and stuff like that. I know we always keep going back to the Karen Reed case, but she didn't take the plea deal. Well, then we're going to up the charge to try and force you to take a plea deal, because she wasn't charged with second degree unaliving to begin with.
Nope.
That's when she said no to a plea deal. They tried to force her.
They try to get a deal. That's what they try to do.
And that's why I'm happy we don't have those in Denmark. We don't have plea deals. Yeah, that's. I just want them to say yes to everything. So she's convicted of everything from jaywalking to first degree, because that makes sense. Just to see, it could be interesting. But I don't know. But we will have a later start tomorrow, because they will be working on the jury instructions. I don't want to sit through, and it doesn't seem like they're going to argue a lot of jury instructions. But the only thing he said he had to change was that he didn't have an instruction for her not pleading the fifth, but not testifying couldn't be used against her, and that apparently some lesser included. Only behind the black swans. What did I put? You're so guilty of jaywalking. Don't jaywalk. Oh, I can't wait for Jamie and Iris to experience Danish cyclists. One of you will be hit by a cyclist.
No, I don't want him to get injured. You better not just stand there and wait for it to happen.
No, we just
you better let us know.
You only walk on green lights, and you look both sides, because some cyclist will be on his phone driving straight through the intersection.
Are they like cars? They'll just ram right into you?
Yeah, well, they're worse than cars. They will ride their bike looking on their phone, and because Americans don't understand that we have a sidewalk, a cycling path, and a roadway, so they'll just walk on the cycling path. You will be yelled at or ridden into if you do that.
I say try it, cyclists. Let's see what happens.
23 for the dad, 24 for the mom. Yeah, go out on a country lane in the summer when all the fat guys in the tight suits ride around and think they're part of the Tour de France. So they will ride all over the road. Yeah, we have tons of sidewalks everywhere, because we like to walk.
They don't ride on the sidewalks, do they? Or do they?
Well, some people do. They didn't say in the opening she would be testifying. That happened when the state was about to close, or when they closed. They did that. We're going to throw everyone out again. And that's when it was reported after that she was going to testify. It hasn't been said in open court. Well, we do. If you live out in the countryside, you might have that. But every city will have sidewalks. Mostly everywhere. You can't have where it's only on one side of the road. Well, we're not that stylish. I'm wearing a black t-shirt almost all the time. So, but Jamie, I'm gonna let you get to your whatever you're about to do. The rest of you, hopefully you'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and Jemima will have made a decision if she want to make bingo goes, because I won't force her to it if people don't want to play. But if she does, please say thank you, Jemima. The rest of you, go to bed, get some sleep. It's 11 o'clock my time. So, and I was up streaming at 5 in the morning because I'm that stupid. But I will see you on the flippity flip side,
Bye.
as the young kids say.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100%.
100%.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All
right, I'm in love.
Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there.
Everybody has.